You're doing all of everything? Okay.
I'll get a cup of water.
Where's that?
Second
Want
day.
water?
Sure.
Oh, second day. Okay, okay.
Okay, now.
Gotcha, gotcha.
Well, he's the MC for the grand entry. Yeah.
Day two?
Yep.
Day two, opening prayer, change to Harry Cook. Yeah, good.
So he's just saying that the procedure for the grand entry, he's
Yeah.
going to tell you as the MC how it's supposed to work.
Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Huh, really?
Because you're the MC, right? For that.
Yeah.
For
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
So then you got to explain, or whoever the elder is going to be explaining, but
Yeah.
I don't know what he means by that.
I better go sit in there.
Ruth's going to get them for us. I asked them to get them for us. I'm not sure about that. Go with it. Yeah, I'll take that. How are you? Good yourself? Not too bad. But then everything crazy. So much that they just scrap it. I was meaning to call you about this. Yeah. Well, there's things like looking at when he's paying about how he moved that almost like a work. Stuff like that. It's a deep mandatory. No kidding. The crosscut ones are never buy the ones that just thread the straight line.
Good morning. Morning, everybody. It's, Al Ducharme. I'll be the Master of Ceremonies until I turn everything over to our Speaker and Deputy Speaker. We have with us here our Elder who will be has been helping and advising and directing and planning the grand entry, Dennis Sanderson. And I've asked Dennis to come up here and talk a little bit about how the grand entry will work. Dennis, welcome.
Hi. Good morning. Good afternoon. This morning, been asked to assist in the grand entry. The grand entry will be coming in through the east side over there, somewhere by those tables back there. We're going to have we have Skapeusek helpers that are going to be setting up for the flags. We'd like all the chiefs, all the dignitaries, all executives to be in the back there to come on in with the grand entry at about. Okay. So that's how it's going to go this morning. So we'll give us time. We'll set up the grand entry with the chiefs. We're waiting for a few more chiefs, and I don't understand the program, but the other program, but that's part of our way of starting off our meeting is to have the grand entry, the prayer, and ceremony, and the understanding of why grand entry is going to be. We'll carry on with that as we come in. I'll turn it back to the master.
Thank you, Dennis. We do await quorum. We're at the registration desk. We'll ask them to let us know when we hit the number of quorum, which will be 153 people. It could be a while, but we always have a challenge, no problem. We have Iron Swing ready here as well. They will be the drummer from the south. We have the Dene drummers as well. I don't know where they are set up, but they are around here too. And we will await the time. Shane? Did you have any advice? Oh, you want to know? Okay. Shane Bird, one of the people looking after the cultural parts of aspects of our program. Shane is this gentleman with the red ribbon shirt. He would like to meet the Dene drummers. Could the Dene drummers come up to meet Shane here? Shane, just raise your hand. He's right behind me. If the Dene drummers are here, please come and see Shane. There's some cultural protocol that we have to follow. Your protocol. When we do get quorum, we have flags here. We have the flag bearers, mostly elders from each First Nation, be ready when we get quorum to come and get the flags as well. Ryan Sanderson, where are you, Ryan? Ryan is carrying the flags at the far right. He's the fellow to see about flags. Ryan Sanderson. So for culture, we have Ryan Sanderson, Shane Bird, and Dennis Sanderson. They are looking after the grand entry. If you have questions about the grand entry, you might want to know whether you can march in the grand entry. Anybody can march in the grand entry. The only challenge we have is space. Once we have quorum, we'll be turning it over to our speaker, Gary Morasti. Welcome, Gary. This is a new way for you to be here. In the past, he has been our boss. How are you doing, Chief? Good to see you. And now he's here to help us out again as the speaker. We also have Earl Wadidika, who has helped us before during our assembly. We welcome him back. We like the experience that Earl brings and the knowledge. Welcome, Earl. Oh, I made another change. I didn't make it. I've been asked to make another change. Oh, not that one. Maybe I gave it to you already. Yeah. Yeah. I did make another change, but that's to do with this cultural stuff again. Oh, yeah, okay. I didn't make the change. I've been advised.
Tomorrow morning, we just come here at 9, Dan and I, and 9 o'clock we'll just start. We don't need a quorum, just call Harry up, and then after that, turn it over to Diane.
Good morning. Chiefs, we'd like you to grab your bonnets, and we're going to get prepared for our grand entry. So all the chiefs, grab your bonnets and meet in the back, directly on the east side here, and we'll set up the grand entry. So all chiefs, dignitaries, we shall all meet in the back. Black Lake Chief Corrine, Fond du Lac Kevin, Hatchet Martin, Mark, Woodland Cree, Montreal Lake, Joyce, Laurence, Tammy,
Here. Okay. Yes, thank you, Dennis, for getting us going. Senator Peter Beattie, we will need you for the opening prayer, if you could make your way up here as well. Senator Peter. So we want Chief Tammy Cook-Searson, Lac La Ronge Indian Band, Chief Karen Bird, Peter Ballantyne, Cree Nation, Chief Christine Longjohn, Sturgeon Lake Cree Nation, Chief John Wadidika, Wapayton Dakota Nation, Chief Wally Burns, James Smith Cree Nation, Chief Fabian Head, Red Earth Cree Nation, Chief Marcel Head, Shoal Lake Cree Nation, Chief Rene Chaboyer, Cumberland House Cree Nation, Chief Corrine Saizi, Black Lake Dene Nation, Chief Bart Tassani, Hatchet Lake Dene Nation. Chief Kevin Mercredi, Fond du Lac Dene Nation. Chief Joyce McLeod, Montreal Lake Cree Nation. Grand Chief Brian Hardlot and Vice Chief Tassani. Vice Chief Joseph Tassani. Senator Beatty. Senator Peter Beatty. Oh, yes, okay. Earlier this morning, we had a pipe ceremony held in a room at the back by many of the elders from each First Nation or representative of the First Nations, praying, lifting the pipes for our assembly. That's always slow. Okay, thank you. So Ryan, Dennis, and Shane, you let us know when we're ready to go. Yep, we're preparing for the grand entry. Good man.
I'm guessing the weight of the pumpkin. I hope they, at some point they make a coaching change. They get a good coach. Who are they going to teach this kid to do a little bit of discipline? I don't even know if they have a set breakout play. Didn't look like it. I hope they're successful, and they survive. It's really a tough league. A lot of the junior B teams, they get shut out after a couple of years. Even the PA Titans are going to make it. It's a big fight there. Saskatoon Wesley's, are they? Well, that's good hockey there, too. Mert, how by yourself? Standing over to get sore thumb. Oh, there's Nora.
I think we're just about ready.
Are they waiting for what? Might as well get it.
Dennis, I see you. Are we ready? No, not yet. Need somebody from Montreal Lake. One from Show Lake. Flag bearers. Peter Ballantyne. Need one from Peter Ballantyne. James Smith, we need one too. Flag bearers.
I'm not even sure. I don't know if they went. I didn't ask.
Walt Payton, flag bearer.
Oh, that flight account. Oh, Jordan shot a moose. Yeah, we had a really good weather, eh? The night before,
Show Lake, flag bearer.
the night before we were to fly out, we got a well, Robert called it in. It's the east of kind of southeast. Well, it's really that impressed by my phone. The cultural camp over here. Museum cultural camp. Across the road from there. Sorry, yeah. Well, the night before they
Once we have the grand entry set, we will call Senator Beatty for the opening prayer.
That's Wally's cap. Right there. There's his cap. That's him hunting right there. James Ceremonial out there. Yeah, you could just sit him on. It's not a very good drink. Very good. Sam's old outhouse when they were on the First Nations fire crew. They landed there. So they built an outhouse. I said it's still doing that job. It's a beaver, yeah. What's his name? Gary Thompson, eh? Civic beaver. Yeah. You know, last year, we asked him for a quote to fly out. Because it's only maybe a 20-minute flight.
Ready? Looks like we're ready. Shane, if we're ready, give me a wave or something. I'm looking at you at the front of the end.
So they did last night. We have a trailer. We didn't fly in and
Okay, looks like we're ready. Senator Beatty, we are ready to formally start our assembly 2022. And to do that, we've asked Senator Peter Beatty from Peter Ballantine Cree Nation. Senator?
CMAC. Good morning. Good morning to the delegates, to the leadership, the Grand Council, chiefs, Grand Chief, Vice Chiefs, and also to the elders and to the veterans that are here, and to my fellow senators. Good morning. I'm honored to say the opening prayer for the Assembly, and in my prayer I'll be saying it in Cree. But I would like to, as well, in that prayer, remember the communities that have lost their loved ones, especially our relatives at James Smith. We still remember them, and we hold them dear in our hearts and in our thoughts and prayers. So that'll be my prayer in Cree, and to bless our gathering today and tomorrow. I will say, Ngaya mehan, tamati tago mo tamakama wayak. Nuktawinan, ichigisigo gayain. Kiranas kumit na, anotso mag-isipak, ipimamawiniak. Anots ay isipak, kintotamat nan, kitasawi demiak. Tasawi demiak, anots, kawi wapakawit nawasuniganuik, uniganiuk, kawi nawasunit. Siman to kita manama kakita yo pambalitan kita kitiri tamuin to tsagatyo nikiskes to tawanak ano tay sipak kakita wani aywania tsik kakisaya tsikutit nimyo wawi suti James Smith ay matsapadigo tsikito wawi sugani matsapadigo tsikisi kisiman to sawidemik sitos kawik Wisagiti winigmi wasip muta rotago. Ade manugip mutitik. So idme gutio tsugmagan. Iwastani with a sweet nyok, hunigan nyok. Kisiman to ya yademandik. Mi wasip muta rotago. Igomina nutsi ni iwawaniatik. Ani kayisayatik, tossum so, agumagano. Kisiman tu iwaning mina kinto tamat na anta situ skotsik. Iwagin to tamat na mina tagisknuta yak anus kagi sigang mutiwis kanana kagi media tak muta to tamak. Ida sa gilagi wag mitsimini mititik. Kita gilagi wa the badihtain, wa the badihtamoy na nanutsuma. Nigisagaminan. Iguse kinanas kumit na no mutagisigaw ito mga media. Ipiago santi suidu inik. Amen.
Okay, we'll ask Dennis Anderson to come up and talk us through and talk about the grand entry. Dennis.
Hi, good morning. We're going to start off our grand entry this morning, and I'm really grateful to be up here this morning to try and share my understanding about the grand entry and what it's all about, the flags, the Eagle staff, our veterans, chief and council, and many of our dignitaries. We thank them for coming in. So I guess we'll get started here. Iron swing. Let's have the grand entry song. Stand up, ladies and gentlemen. Face the flags for a while. Follow the flags in as we come in. To make welcome our Eagle staff. The Eagle staff of our country. The respect that we have for those Eagles. Carried in by our war veterans. So we welcome veterans who carry our Eagle staff. Followed by our chiefs of the Grand Council, the 12 chiefs. Hi, let's all pay homage to our flags, ladies and gentlemen. Please flag homage to our chiefs that have gathered here today for the after the chiefs, we got the elders, the ones that lifted the pipe for us this morning to pray for all of your people that are gathered here today, to make sure the meetings will go good, and all the prayers for our families back home, our relatives that are back home. Followed by our flags of our nations. Hey, Nielsen. The many flags of our reserve, the members of each of our community that carry those flags thank you for bringing in your flags. After the flags, we got our veterans, our visitors. A lot of the dignitaries in the back. We thank the RCMP for bringing in the Canadian and the Saskatchewan flag. On this grand entry, we have to honor Hilliard Umperville, the counselor from Red Earth. We'd like to pay tribute to him and honor him in this way. The Show Lake First Nation. To thank the barriers from Show Lake that have carried honor Hilliard in this small way. Let's all remember the thing that happened in our community. We asked for grandfathers to help us, for healing, to be strong for each other, to help those elders back home that are sick and not well. That is what the Eagle staff represent. The chiefs that represent you all, the Grand Chief, the FSI Chief. We thank them once again. We also thank once again the elders who have raised the pipes this morning for you people, for all of our reserves, that things will go well. We also prayed for the James Smith Band for healing and all other bands that may have encountered the death lately. We ask the grandfathers to guide us and help us. We thank you all counselors for coming out to help us to be a strong nation. That is what we're here for. To be a strong nation and gathering up our thoughts and information that we all need within our community. We thank Iron Swing for the wonderful song, the grand entry song, the sacredness of our way of life. Hey, hey, hey. As we come to the front here, as you watch those flags, as you watch the Eagle stuff, pray for your communities. Think about your elders. Think about your kids. Think about the chiefs that are having a hard time trying to help each and every one of those people. That's good right there, Shane. Thank you. Chief of Council, you face the hope. Hi, hi. We thank you very much for the grand entry song. We thank the flag carriers, the Eagle staff, the chiefs, the veterans, the elders, especially all of the members of each of our communities that are carrying those flags in honor of your people back home the councilors that are sitting here pay respect to those flags, especially to the Eagle staff and our chiefs. Ladies and gentlemen, as we're standing, we're going to do the flag songs for each of our communities, the Canadian and Saskatchewan flag with our treaty flags. Let's play all respect to those flags. Iron swing. Raise those flags in memory of our people back home. We thank the grandfathers for this wonderful day that we're going to have. We thank the grandmothers of each of our communities that things will go well back home, and also the meetings that we're going to have today. We give thanks for that today. We always give thanks each and every one of these days, every day, that we have waken up to a wonderful day. Hi, hi. The treaty flags which were signed by treaty many years ago, we honor those treaty flags. The Canadian flag, every child matters. The Saskatchewan flag, I'm going to ask that the James Smith flag come up here. James Smith. Let's pay respect to James Smith flag for the many things that happened in that community. Let's all pray for James Smith, that they're in recovery, that all their families are back home that have been hurt. We pay respect to that reserve, the elders from that community, the chiefs from that community. Let's pray for that community as we gather in this small meeting room today. The great honor flag song. Also remember Hilliard, the counselor that has left us this year. It's a beautiful sight this morning. Thank you, Iron Swing. Once again, we're really grateful and honored to us have a group from the north, the Dene group. The Dene singers will be doing the victory song. Aha, Wojak, whenever you're ready, my friend. We thank the people from way up north who have come to sing this song for the many victories that we all share within our communities. The victory of having love in our communities. The victory of having another grandchild. The victory of having another kid within our communities. We have many victories that we have to honor and respect in different ways that we have in each of our communities. And this song is for the victories, the good things that happen within ourselves, within our veterans here that are standing here, the elders that are standing. A beautiful song from the Dene group. Hi, hi. Honorable song, beautiful song that we share with the Dene group. The singers, the beautiful voice of victory. The victories of each and every one of us that we are here today to gather. That is the victory. The victory for our elders that have come along. That is the victory. The chiefs that have come here, that is our victory. I thank the Dene group. I thank everybody that gathered here this morning. We had our elders say the prayer this morning. And just come to a close to our opening ceremonies, and we'd like to thank the flag carrier from James Smith that honored our people. We already did that. Iron Swing, they'd like to do another honor song in honor of our friend Hilliard and many of the people. We're going to honor James Smith and also Hilliard, Umperville. Both of you can sing. Go ahead, yeah. Both of you can sing. thank the grandfathers once again for honoring Hilliard Umperville, a member of our band who was gone from the Red Earth community. Worked for our district for so many years, our bands. We honor this young man who has gone home, gone back to the grandfather, gone back home to be with his own relatives. And we also pay respect to the James Smith families that have lost their loved ones in a tragic accident back home. We want to honor that reserve and the many parents that had to put their kids away, maybe their moms, their dads, their uncles. We lost one of our veterans from James Smith, Earl Burns. We also want to honor him and his wife and his families. And any of our members that are lost within our communities, the leaders, the former leaders of our communities, we honor you. We thank each and every one of you, and this concludes our grand entry. And we thank you, and we'll all get prepared for a quorum. And we have Scott Basic, can you go get the flags? Headdresses, you can put them on the table. We thank each and every one of you. The Scott Basic, the helpers, as you grab the flags, we thank the RCMP officers. We thank Mayor Dion. We thank all the dignitaries that were in the grand entry. So I'll turn it back to our RCMP, City Police. We thank you for coming in and honoring your city, your Saskatchewan, Canada. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Dennis. Thank you, Ryan, Shane. Wonderful work organizing the grand entry. One of the most important ceremonies of the annual assembly, and we appreciate your work. I want to take the opportunity now to introduce our speaker and our deputy speaker. They have been keeping track of the quorum, and after I introduce them, they'll keep you up to date as to where we are with that. But first, I want to introduce our deputy speaker, Earl, also known as Ben Wadidika. He's been working with First Nation government in Wapayton at PAGC for 40 years. He's also been, I shouldn't say that, Earl, sorry. He's also been here with us at our assembly on many occasions. He's been at many of the ceremonies hosted by Prince Albert Grand Council and many of the ceremonies hosted by Wapayton Dakota Nation. Earl is a person known to you well and for many, many years, and we're happy to have him here as Deputy Speaker. I want to introduce to you Earl Wadidika. Earl, give a wave or stand. Thank you, Earl, Deputy Speaker. Hey, Earl. I also want to have the pleasure of welcoming back, in one sense, our speaker. He has been a person who has given his life and his career to First Nations, mostly almost entirely in the north. He has been the Grand Chief of the Prince Albert Grand Council. He is a man who has extensive business and social knowledge with respect to the people of the north. He has worked in education and social development. We are so happy to have him here as a speaker. I'd like to introduce to you and welcome to our assembly, Gary Morasti. Gary? And with that, I'm going to turn the podium over to Gary. Gary, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Al. Good morning, everybody. Tata miskatno iskagdo no agumbagan tega mediditagon mano sa episimama wayak tegiugat toag tapapapi agmanas ko agoy se kitatoskiwin no gagido gatutamag. Very honored to be here this morning and be asked to stand up front here as a speaker, and it's great to visit and get together and visit, laugh, share stories, but also get the business of our communities done. So very honored to be here. You know, it was interesting because I had a call from our chief and said, "Hey, Gary, mana speaker gui tagisun, matsit tuguin titao." I says, the chief phoned me and said, "Hey, Gary, would you like to be the speaker?" And I said, "Well, you know, probably not, but I'll attend, you know, and observe." And they said, "No, I think you're going to be the speaker." And I said, "Well, you know, I'll be there to be supportive." "No, you're going to be the speaker." So in a way, I got voluntold, but very, very honored to be here, as I mentioned. Great to see so many people. We've already done a lot of visiting here with different friends, family, acquaintances from the past, and it's always an honor. I think Prince Albert Grand Council puts on one of the best assemblies. I know that we are like a family together, and you know how we conduct our business is so important. So a big thanks to everybody for maintaining that integrity, maintaining that tradition, and honoring our ancestors in the way we did, and honoring our language and our cultural and traditional beliefs with the Grand Entry, which was extremely impressive. Before we move into the regular order of business, just one more comment from myself. You know, it does fill me with pride, and I've been lucky in my career over the years to meet many of our brothers and sisters around the world. I remember being out in the western desert of Australia, meeting people from our brothers and sisters from New Zealand, from the United States, all over Canada, and I was even up in Siberia meeting with our brothers and sisters in Russia a few years ago. And one of the most important things that I learned through the tough times that we all feel and experience, and certainly the last few weeks, couple months, the tragedy, the loss of life, the difficulties our communities have had to deal with, it's always important to remember that, you know, and when I traveled the world and I hear a message from our brothers and sisters and said, we are a people who dream. We dream as a people to generate visions for ourselves. Through our dreams come visions. And it's our visions that guide us in our everyday life. It's our visions that guide our leaders, elected and unelected. The people who are volunteering with the youth, people working with people in addictions, people who are working with women, people who are working with, you know, our agencies. And it is these visions that we rely on, but they come from our dreams, and we always have to remember that we have to give ourselves permission to dream, because those dreams inform our future. But sometimes it is the most difficult thing to do when we are so fresh from experiencing tragic loss. And I think the spirit of this assembly is really focused on reminding ourselves to dream, to be able to solidify those visions. And it is in that spirit that this assembly I hope and pray, and the pipe was raised this morning to set the stage for us to have a very successful assembly. So and let's have a great couple days. Let's have a respectful couple days. Let's visit. Let's support each other the best we can. Let's have good discussions, good information. And with that, thank you very much. So we're going to start into our business. So first thing I'm going to do is read out the order or the agenda for today. We have just had the opening ceremonies, the grand entry. Thank you so much. We've acknowledged our chiefs, our leaders. I seen Mayor Dion here, former Mayor Cody. I want to thank the RCMP officers, the City of Police for being here, our leaders that are here, all our delegates, the Women's Commission, the elders, the veterans. Tremendous work, tremendous leadership from all of us, the councillors that are here on behalf of our communities. We've gone through that process, and now we're into reviewing the Assembly agenda. So we start with reading of the agenda. We'll be moving on to reviewing the Assembly procedures, and Ben and I will have the honor of taking you through that. We will have the Senator's address shortly after that. We will then be calling up various speakers to provide the opening remarks. Then we will transition into some of the more mundane, I shouldn't say that, but business of the day, where we have reports from PAGC, various other organizations within the Grand Council, and we'll be going through that until lunchtime. We will break for lunch at noon. We will reconvene at 1 p.m. We have a special initiative announcement at that time. We will all convene and we will explain that at that point. Then we have the Prince Albert Grand Council annual report. We will be moving on with the Prince Albert First Nation Business Development Limited Partnership report, the Prince Albert First Nation Development Limited Partnership financial statements, the PADC financial statements, motions to accompany all those, and at about 3:30, we will have the Bobby Bird Memorial Scholarship Awards. After that, we will have the tribute to late Grand Chief Ron Michel, tribute to James Smith and Weldon, and to Frank Young. And we have a list of people who will be responsible for leading us through that honoring. That will conclude the official business of the day. Myself and Earl will be turning it over to Diane McDonald, who will begin with the election assembly and reading the Election Act. And therefore, and that. So, that is the agenda for the day. We will read the agenda tomorrow. And so I'll turn it over to Earl to lead us through the motion to accept the agenda.
Good morning, delegates. It is a very honored to be here again. I was here before, and it was a very, very good assembly. I would like to thank the elders for the prayer this morning, for the pipe ceremony and the grand entry, and the elder for saying the opening prayer. Our first motion of the day, motion number 1, Prince Albert Grand Council Annual Assembly, Prince Albert Grand Extra Min Center, October 17, 2022. Adoption of agenda. Move that the Prince Albert Grand Council Annual Assembly approve and adopt the agenda for October 17th, 2022 as presented. Need a mover and seconder. Moved by Chief Searson, seconder by Chief Bird. All in favor? Keep your hands up, show your badges to make sure that only delegates vote. And delegates vote well in the back. But show your badges. Keep your hands up for your count, please. Can you put your hands up again, please? They're still counting.
Seats for the counselors here. The seats, the chiefs, vice chiefs, seats over here. Still for the counselors, I guess. Whichever, it's over here, Cumberland House. It was here. They'll probably fill them up. Yep.
We have 122 for 4. Any opposed? Abstentions? See none. Can someone call a question? Question's been called. Resolution is passed.
Thank you, Earl. Thank you, delegates, to that highly technical, efficient process. We'll try to get better as we go through, we'll try to count faster, but you got to keep your hands up. I'm now going to bore you for about 2 minutes because I got to read the rules of the assembly, so I'll go through it fairly quickly. I think they'll be up there, but because the screen is small, Earl and I will have to read most of everything that's out here. So rules of the assembly: all morning sessions of the assembly shall be called to order. The sessions will start with a pipe ceremony, which we have gone through, followed by a grand entry, which we've gone through on the first day, and then a grand march out on the last day. Point 2, all business of the assembly shall start at 9 a.m.-ish, promptly each day. 3, all persons in the assembly shall be registered as delegates, elders, senators, observers, staff, or media. Basically, everybody's welcome. We just like to see everyone registered. Point 4, a quorum must consist of the majority of the registered delegates who are present when the meeting has been called to order by the speaker. Delegates total shall be provided to the speaker and deputy speaker by the registration coordinator promptly after the call of the assembly at each sessions. Just a reminder, and I know we said it already, only delegates can vote on the resolutions. We ask you to keep your hands in the air as long as possible, and where possible, please show your badges to the people who are counting. Point 5, decisions shall be made in as much as possibly by consensus or general agreement. However, a positive vote of 51% of the voting delegates and proxy representatives registered shall constitute a decision. Point 6, official delegates must be chiefs or proxy representatives authorized by a First Nation band resolution from the chief and council headman of each of the communities, and they shall have 1 vote. Only delegates or their designated spokespeople may address the assembly. When space limitations require only official delegates shall be allowed priority access to the main seating area. When addressing the assembly, delegates of the spokesperson must identify themselves and the First Nation government which they represent. So please introduce yourself, your name, and the community First Nation government you represent. Delegates or designated spokespeople must speak only to the topic of discussion with the allotted time and should confine themselves to the immediate focus of the topic. When speaking on an issue, this is point 11, the initial speaker shall be allowed 10 minutes for presentation on the issue, and each additional delegate speaking to the issue shall be allowed 5 minutes. Following discussion, the initial speaker shall be allowed 5 minutes to further address the issue. Point 12, all resolutions must be submitted to the Resolutions Committee. Where are you? Where's the Resolutions Committee? Put your hands up over here underneath the screen, just so you know. And they'll assist with the mover and seconder to present the motion in proper form. Point 13, security must be maintained at highest level to avoid disruption. Really, this is about keeping noise levels down, a respectful low, so that those who are speaking can be heard. Point 14, no alcohol or drugs shall be allowed into the assembly. No one under the influence will be allowed into the assembly. 15 and final point, First Nation delegates addressing the assembly are encouraged to speak in their own language or English. And we do have translators which are around here and they're ready to go as well. So that are the rules. And now I'm going to turn over to Earl to read the resolutions procedure.
Resolutions procedure. The rule of the Resolutions Committee is to assist the movers and seconders of resolutions in presenting them in the proper manner. Number 2, any draft resolution must have a mover and a seconder from the voting delegation before it is presented to the Resolutions Committee. Point 3, all draft resolutions must be given to the Resolutions Committee prior to being presented on the floor of the Assembly. Point 4, in order to ensure that the content of the draft resolutions is clear, the chairperson or the Resolutions Committee will be available to discuss them with the mover and the seconder, and if necessary, to revise the draft resolutions before they are finalized. 5, a decision will be taken as soon as possible after any debate related to the issue dealt with in the draft resolution. 6, the movers and seconders of draft resolutions must be present in the assembly room when the draft resolutions are being presented and discussed. And we'll keep saying this, keep your hands in the air for counting, just delegates vote, and make sure your badges are visible. And that is the rules for resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Earl. We'll now move on to the Senator's address to the Assembly. If I could call up Senator Hector Calther to the podium. Senator Hector here.
Is this revised?
Yeah.
It's just one.
And his speaker.
I don't see him great. Gary.
What did they do the headset? Yeah, sure. I don't know if they revised this.
Yeah, they revised it to Hector Calther.
Yeah, because I think they got this, that's why they're coming.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
We're going to call up Senator Roy Head. And just as a reminder, those people that will be coming up here, this stage is a bit small and the stairs are a little bit steep, so just be careful on your way up and down. Senator Roy Head, good friend.
there before, but I took myself out.
You guys want Bobby in here? Yeah, sure. You want Bobby right here? Where is he?
Thank you. Good morning, elders, chiefs, council members, delegates, staff, management. My name is Roy Head from Red Earth Cree First Nation. I'm a senator. I'm also an elder for the Red Earth Cree Nation and a senator for Red Earth and the Grand Council. I'd like to thank the people that did the pipe ceremony this morning and the prayers that they did, and also the Senator Beatty for the opening prayer, and Dennis for doing the wonderful job on doing the opening ceremony this morning. It was wonderful and good to see that again, back on again after the COVID. I'd like to thank the Mr. Speaker here and Deputy Speaker and everybody else that's involved in here this morning. I was actually on the agenda this morning, but I took myself out for tomorrow, but I guess I'm back on again. They like me. They like to put me on the spot. Anyway, and ask one. Istote pe takusnian pe chivean pe ntutaman pe sitskata gogmina. Our First Nations communities have been going through a lot of heaviness, grief, hurt. Families going through hardships. It's been a difficult past couple of years for everyone, including ourselves that are here. But you know, we've come through. We're a strong people, we're strong nations, we're strong communities. We have resiliency to come back and stand up again. Kaita stake, when you fall down, get up. Take another step forward, move forward. If you fall again, keep on going, stand up. And I think that's what our First Nations have been doing. I'd like to commend the people, Grand Council for the response, for their support when they come and help out their communities. Everyone right from the mental health, right to the emergency, to the people. You know, we have to support each other. We have to be there for each and every one of our communities. And Grand Council's been doing that ever since I recall when I started working in Grand Council and being involved in the Grand Council. I know that the Grand Council's been there to help its First Nation members and communities. Today we're gathered here. We're gathered here in unity, in friendship, in peace. In one way, to celebrate that we've gone through the COVID crisis, to celebrate that some of us that were very fortunate to go through that. I know some of you have been touched, have been gone through that health issue with COVID, and I thank God for that for each and every one of you. Very unfortunate for those that could not make it through the COVID situation. We lost a lot of people in that COVID. That's one of the crises that we've been going through. We've gone through a lot of other crises in our communities. But let's put our minds, our hearts together in unity. Let's not lose hope. Stand for each other, stand for your loved ones, your families, your friends, your leadership, your chief and council. Stand with them. They too have gone through a lot. I was a chief myself once, and a council member, and I know what it's like to be
in that dilemma. My heart cried when I lost a member, one of my own members. I feel like one of my own children. One of my elders told me that when one of your members pass away, whether it's a young person, an infant, an elder, it's like losing a part of your life as a leader. Yes, it's pretty difficult. Life is hard. And our lives can also teach us sometimes we don't understand what we're going through. People don't understand what's happening. Why is this happening to us? Why is this happening in my community? Why is this happening to my family? Why is this happening? Why? But you know, we got to open our minds, our hearts, and step out. We got to step out and stand for ourselves, for our community. Don't forget, you're not alone. You're not alone in your life. There's people around you. There's people that have been sent to help you, to assist you, to talk to you, to encourage you. And we have the Creator that can help us, that can help people. Kasi man tuet agot sewat sineat. Sugat sineat. Our Creator is powerful, merciful, passionate. If we get down to our knees and pray in our own way, in our own belief, we will find inner peace. We'll find inner peace, love, and comfort. Excuse me. Got a couple more minutes. I wanted to say that when I said unity, in unity, we come together. I know that when Reddit went through that crisis, when that situation we lost young Frank, a lot of you people coming from your communities to help and support us. Same with James Smith, same with Montreal Lake. We all go when there's help needed. Itegan to imugis taisin kan tai wichiwet ka tepotamu wichiwen. We all go there. Itu tanano. And that's how we support each other. Don't be afraid to go to another community and help out. Don't worry about your travel, your lodge, your meals. You'll be there waiting for you. You'll be welcomed when you go to a First Nation when they're in crisis, in situation. Just go and help out and support other people in need. I know that I had it on my iPhone here, but I accidentally took it out because I wasn't going to speak. But in an askumuan, as I'm thankful for coming together. And with that, your families back home, your friends, your loved ones, don't forget about them today and tomorrow. You know, Shamaga, and God be with you all in peace and love. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you, Senator Head. Certainly is wise words, and having worked with Senator Head over the years, family, as a Grand Council, supporting each other as a Grand Council with our unique shared Northern experience, our shared histories of achieving success, of battling through difficulties. You know, as a Grand Council, it's something I think we all understand and share. And thank you for your message, Senator. We're going to move on to some opening remarks. Just there's a few people standing, and that we'd like to invite people to come up and take up some of the seats around and behind the chiefs. You know, don't hesitate to take them. If the councilors come later and some of the other delegates, that's okay. So please don't hesitate to come and occupy some of the seats up front. We'd like to see you, visit you, mingle with you, be with you, and we want you to be a part of this assembly as much as possible as well. So please don't hesitate to come up and take up some of the empty chairs that are up here, and we'll get some of our workers to kind of gently nudge people to come up. And it also helps with a bit of noise control as well. We want to make sure that gets kept to a minimum. We're going to be moving on now to the opening remarks, and I'd like to call up Chief Karen Bird, Peter Ballantyne Cree Nation, to provide her opening address here. And but yeah, please, people, don't hesitate to come up. Yugo Inan, come visit. Just not too loud. We visit while people are speaking. So
Lots of chairs over here.
there's a lot of chairs on this side, and don't be shy.
Cumberland House delegates over here.
Cumberland House delegates, we have the Cumberland House chairs over here. James Smith, Shoal Lake, Red Earth.
He never gives up. He thinks this year is the year.
Yep.
Thank you. I would shake your hands over here, but there's no room. Good morning, everybody. My name is Karen Bird. I'm from South End, Reindeer Lake. Born and raised on Reindeer Lake. I want to welcome everybody here in this great event this morning. I hope you can hear me well. I just want to introduce myself. I am the chief of Peter Ballantyne Cree Nation, the 16th chief and the second woman of chief of Peter Ballantyne Cree Nation in the last 111 years that we've been here as a band. And we have occupied the Treaty 6 territory, the Treaty 10 area. And I welcome my neighbors here from the Treaty 10 territory, powerful people, and also my southern, eastern, western sectors, my neighbors. You know, we're a powerful nation. As Peter Ballantyne Cree Nation, I mean as Prince Albert Grand Council, we're one. And you know, when people are one, they move together, they sit together, talk together, that's how we get things done. And you know, as we come here, I feel the power as we were going around here, seeing the smiles, seeing the people. You know, you're meant to be here at this time, this year of 2022. You survived the pandemic. You're a strong person, and you have been there and seen the people that haven't survived the pandemic, that the people that we have lost. Last year, we're sitting with you, laughing with you. They're not here today. We remember those people. You know, the tragedies that we've just gone through. We've been to James Smith to support Chief Wally and his counselors and his elders and workers. You know, we gathered together, and I saw Laurence there and other First Nations that came there just to help, just like what the senator was saying, just go and be of help. You might not have the money right now, but just go, you'll be taken care of. And you know, it was good to be there. And it was so heart-wrenching for me to be in that community. People were so vulnerable. And although they continued to need the help, and the people that I've met there that time will be friends forever. We'll continue to communicate with one another. And we have lost people and missed people. People are still missing. You know, I go wherever I'm asked to go. I was asked to go to Saskatoon to do some walks for the missing and murdered. Our men and women that are still missing out there, we pray for the parents that go through the agony. And as a leader, it doesn't come with a job description. And I learned that really quickly when I became a chief last year. It doesn't come with, nobody tells you what to do. You just do what you need to do, what you feel that, you know, your people need at that time. You know, Peter Valentine Cree Nation is the biggest First Nation in Saskatchewan with 12,000 people. And sometimes like, me leading the people, what do I have to lead the people? And many times, you know, I was very fortunate for my mom, my late mom, to see me wear this headdress that I wear today. You know, she was a mom of a chief, a very proud woman. She didn't have no education. She never set foot in an institution, and yet she brought up a chief. There's no shame in not having education and speaking for your people, because it's your heart that will take your people far where you want to take them. The vision that you have for your people. The chiefs that you saw here have, this bonnet is very heavy to wear. It comes with many responsibilities. But you can do it when your heart is there. As a counselor, you speak for your community members, as an elder, as a senator. And I was so thankful for the chiefs that could be here, our Visayan chief and PAGC Grand Chief and Vice Chief. You know, we're going to an election, and that's the process of politics as we know it. You know, going around and being around and meeting people, I'm an extrovert, so I get the energy from people. I can't stand to be alone for a long time. That's why I'm an educator. I always surrounded myself with kids. I needed that energy from them. And you know, the flag bearers, I felt the burden when James Smith, flag bearer, was carrying the flag. I felt the burden. It's a spiritual thing that we feel when we come up here. Continued prayers to them. Continued prayers to, you know, our First Nations in Dinair. We just had a tragic loss in one of our Pibisan communities. You know, as a woman, I'm quite sensitive into the things that people go through. I feel them. You know, my children hurt, I hurt. When I see my neighbors hurting, I hurt with them. That's why we're together. That's why we're strong together. You know, I encourage you as you go home, you have that voice. You belong in that home. And you come out every morning from that home. You say bye for the day to your family. You go back to that home. And that's what we strive for, to bring a home to every First Nation. We have so many that are homeless. You see them on the street, in the city, in the riverbank. They don't have that because something happened with their mind. There was too much that happened with their mind. They cannot sustain themselves, and that's where we need to come together to help them. I don't know if we ever sat together as chiefs, as counselors, as people to help the people, that person that cannot help themselves sitting in the street. I don't know if we have done that. But we need to come together more, not only on election time, On those days where we need to come, hey, we have a problem. Our neighbors, Timagistic, they're going through something. We need to come together. We need to continue to support James Smith. We need to continue to support our northern brothers and sisters that are going through a lot. Food scarcity. Our people are hungry. You know, I've never been exposed to so much social issues since I became chief. Always having, you know, a few bucks or gift cards to feed people. Even your First Nations members, not only PBC and your First Nation members will phone me. Hey, I hear you're a chief that gives. Can you feed me? And I will. I will feed you, and I'll talk to you, and I'll tell you God loves you. You're worth more than what your situation is right now, and you'll come over it. But that's, you know, we just need to be there for one another. You know, I want to welcome all of you today, the delegates, the veterans, the elders, the chief counselors, the delegates, the flag carriers, the RCMP, the mayor and council of PA, and thank you for continuing to work with us. The servants, you know, the people in the background that do all the running for us, the PAGC staff, and all your First Nations staff, we have to continue to work together. We will move strongly together. And I just want to say that I'm so proud that I was asked to say the opening comments to welcome you to the Treaty 6 territory. You know, this land, our ancestors have walked and hunted and gathered for many years, and we will continue to do that. It looks different today how we hunt and gather, but we continue to provide for our children, our great-grandchildren. And your voice is so strong when you continue to speak for them, for us. So I just want to say thank you, and I welcome you, and I hope we have an awesome, blessed time. As Gary was saying, please be here. Encourage your delegates to be here so we can keep the business going. Thank you. God bless you. Tinigi. No, I wanted to say one more thing. One more thing. I wanted to ask Chief Joyce and Chief Tammy to come. I want to introduce the Woodland Cree. This is the first time that we have had 3 women in the Woodland Cree. And I'm really proud of these women. I look up to these women. Chief Joyce, Chief Tammy, and I had asked them last night, before midnight as I was falling asleep, I was kidding. Can you come stand with me? And this is just to reiterate, we're stronger together. I don't know if you will fit here. So this is the Woodland Creek Chiefs here. Just say hello, your name. Yes, so this is Chief Joyce McLeod and Tammy Cook Searson. So, you know, she's the athletic one. She's the hunter. I'm the shopper. So I just wanted to, you know, for you guys to see that the Woodland Creek Chiefs, the 3 women here, and we're here, we cheat to act, and we're here to help you in any way we can. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm here to announce the next speaker, but I got a little announcement to make here. I just got a message saying that the Women's Commission table is selling tickets. The draw is for $1,000 first place. Second, the star blanket. Third, a variety of items. $5 an arm's length. Table is in the back area, so thanks to Women Commission for that. I'm here to introduce our next speaker. I've known him for when he was vice chief, and now he's Grand Chief. I'd like to introduce Grand Chief Brian Harla from PAGC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Earl. And those three chiefs, keep me in line there. There you go, yeah. No, I think I'm going to beat the Bobby Cameron chief here to a song. No, I'm just kidding. I won't go there. I'll challenge him tonight at the Women's Commission. No, thank you to the staff. You know, a new venue. We've always been at the old Prince Albert Student Residence Gymnasium. We were all devastated when we lost that building. All the history, residential school, all the assemblies, all the wakes, the emergencies, censure, all that stuff that went on in that building. It was devastating to lose that building. But now we have a new venue here just for, hopefully, for this assembly. I'm hoping we are working very close in partnership with Peter Ballantyne Cree Nation to build a new building. I just want to say that, but how about a hand for the staff for setting up all this? Nanashko Maya, Hopik Squill, Grand Chief Gary. Thank Grand Chief for being the Mr. Speaker and also, of course, the Deputy, the Earl. Thank you very much here this morning. I want to thank the Senator for the message, Roy. Thank you very much for that. And also Chief Karen for your message of the unity and solidarity. Thank you for that. Kita na nasko magmayda po kami nagkotawin, so let's thank our Creator for assembling us again here today. You asked me, Senator Beatty, thank you very much for the opening prayer. And also the pipe carriers. Those don't know, before every assembly, we do the elders that represent all the sectors, the 4 sectors, and also the Dakota. For their prayer and lifting up the pipes. Lifting up that pipe so we have a good assembly and that we take care of business, what needs to be taken care of. Thank you to those elders. Thank you to the grand entry and the young people. For the help, and also with the Ryan, with the work that they've done. So chiefs, Bugumawag, the council members, the Women's Commission, certainly, and your commission. To the veterans, Samagan Siganak, they have a new name for them. Wunapigaswak is what they made the name. I see a veteran, Stephen over there. So that's a good name for them, Cree name. Samagan Siganak managitago. To the delegates, the ones that will be voting, the ones who've been selected by by the chiefs and also the councillors, I acknowledge you all. We acknowledge you. The observers, I hope we can make some room for the observers, our grassroots people that want to come and see and witness the Prince Albert Grand Council Assembly here. To the FSIN, Chief Bobby, we acknowledge you, and we had also Dutch Lara in a pipe ceremony. We acknowledge him. Kakido, kakio, kakino. Kita tamiskatnan, we acknowledge you here this morning. And also we welcome you. This is your assembly, your Prince Albert Grand Council annual assembly. And we welcome you to your assembly. Yes, we have business. We have a heavy agenda and business to take care of. And we also have to do a selection of a vice chief here in this assembly, but also honoring of people. And we will do that. Chiefs, councilors, I won't be too long here, but I just want to say you've been through a lot with the pandemic in the last 3 years. You have been through a lot in your communities with the challenges that you face. But I know you're strong leaders. And let's not forget, chiefs, leaders, there are many, many, many positives in your communities. Yes, we feel it, we face the challenges, but there are many positives, the good work that you do in your community. I've seen that. I commend you for that work. But I also encourage you, let's go on. Face those challenges. It's up to us, the chief and council members. That's why we were elected in. To do what? To make our communities a safe place for our members, for our children, to go to school, to live there, to be raised there. That is our jobs. So I thank you for that and encourage you for that. We will be, I acknowledge we did the honoring with the Councillor Amferville and the funeral last week. And of course, James Smith Cree Nation and the honoring. And right here, I got this. This is Frank Edmund Young. And the search that we did this spring. I have him with me here. So with that, again, I encourage you, please, please let's support our Women's Commission. Let's fill those tables at the Women's Commission tonight. I encourage you, chiefs and also your delegates. In conclusion, I just want to Chief Head, Marcel, Shoal Lake Cree Nation, who just lost a son on Friday. From the Prince Albert Grand Council Chief, the 12 chiefs, the Women's Commission, the senators, and our staff. Chief, we want to say and extend our sincerest sympathy and condolences to yourself and your family, your wife, Chief, and your family. With that, kinanas ko na tindi pinto tayo sa dois. I have. Mantoga soy de migo.
Thank you, Grand Chief Hartlot. I think I gained a little too much weight. They can't get by me when they go this way, so they have to go all the way around, and they come around this way, so I'm taking that as a sign. With that, I'd like to introduce FSI and Chief Bobby Cameron for some opening remarks as well. So.
That's a pretty good story. People see us everywhere. They think you really care. But myself, I can't deceive. I know it's only make believe. My one and only prayer is that someday you'll care. My hopes, my dreams come true. My one and only you. No one will ever know how much I love you so. My only prayer will be someday you'll care for me, but it's only make believe. Ecco se. Ah, jeez. My goodness, it's good to laugh. It's good to laugh, and we enjoy making fools of ourselves when we get a chance to. Because healing, laughter is good in medicine. It's good to heal. Atlanta te salute na. Ne ba horili wali. Amatak ya pe ampe tu aste how koda. Dan sen wago magan tek megunes. Maganigan manto knaskomten miogi sa gamegwats. Totse ki tem no ki te yak. Naskomten igagi sumostomo he pito ataro spwagana. Kakyo he metsetie ge petu tie ge mamopiag. Naskomten. First and foremost to our God, our Creator, for a beautiful day today, and to our knowledge keepers for lifting the pipes and the prayers. Prayers are powerful. Each and every one of you that's in this room and in our communities, you know that. In our homes, prayer is powerful. Chief Marcel Head, on behalf of the FSIN, we've had many people praying for your family and your wife and everyone else that's affected. And to the people that are here, the chiefs and councils, delegates, and to our good people that are in the crowd in the back there, you know, Bernice Roberts and Harry Cook, just to name a few, Horace Moore and my bro, and others. Really be grateful and thankful for every day we wake up, because it may be our last day. To tell our loved ones that we love them, to give them a hug. We never know when it is going to be our last day. To the Hatchet Lake community who just lost a young person this morning. A terrible tragedy. We never know when it is our last day. Our teachings, our traditions, and our protocols always tell us to be kind. If you ever have a choice to be right or be kind, be kind, because being right, you're going to hurt somebody's feelings. You're going to hurt that person. To the Women's Commission, Shirley and them, I look forward to the evening. Look forward to making ourselves look silly again. Just on a brief recap on what we're doing at your organization, the FSIN. From the Chiefs in Assembly who gave us the support to explore and create and develop and get into the market and industry of online gaming here in this place they called Saskatchewan. That's going to be hitting the market in the next month or two. What it means, chiefs, councilors, and delegates, what it means is when this online gaming hits the market, your executive, myself and the vice chiefs included, it's going to generate anywhere from 7 to 20 million for your First Nations to develop, to spend within your community as you see fit. For those cruises, those Voyager races, for our youth investments, for search and rescue investments, for community safety officers. The list goes on how you can reinvest back into your community. Chiefs and councils, you know the priority. You know where those targeted investments need to happen. Currently, what's happening down in the Treaty 4 territory, and it's going to come into our neck of the woods here. The conservation officers decided to do this upon themselves, and the landowners and the farmers. have now put up signs where there's wildlife lands, crown lands, provincial crown lands. When treaty was signed, all crown lands, provincial crown lands, we had every right to hunt, fish, trap, and gather as we did prior to treaty signing. Landowners are doing this on their own. They're putting up signs on these crown lands saying you have to have written permission. And it's impacting our inherent and treaty rights. It's impacting the way some of our hunters are feeling. We've called, and we've had many arguments with those conservation officers. Had many calls from our hunters, our treaty hunters, who have called me and said, what are we going to do? I tell them, you hunt. You continue to implement and exercise treaty as you see fit. What if we get charged? Kiam. We'll battle them in court and we'll win. We will win based on treaty because treaties are of international law. Treaties are here long before any provincial or federal government was formed. We will win. Treaties trump provincial and federal law. This is what we're told, and this is what we'll continue to say. This is what we'll continue to do as your organization, the FSIN. To our senators that are here and our veterans, we acknowledge you. We thank you for being here for your prayers. To our Women's Commission and our youth that are here in attendance, continue to push that alcohol and drug-free life. It is the only way to raise our children in an alcohol and drug-free home. To raise them the right way. To raise them before government introduced alcohol and drugs to our communities. One day we will see alcohol and drug-free communities. One day we'll see communities that don't have gangs and violence every day. One day, it may not be in our time, but as long as we as elected leaders from your First Nation and the Federation continue to spread that message, continue to spread God's message, the Creator's message, an alcohol and drug-free life. Later on today, you're going to hear from the Minister of Policing and Safety, Marco Mendicino. And every concern that you had as chief and councils to address the safety, the violence, and the drugs, and the bootlegging. The PAGC Executive, Grand Chief Hardlot, and the Vice Chiefs, and others have mentioned those things time and time again. And so have we. It seems like the message is falling on deaf ears. It seems like we're not getting anywhere. Chiefs and councilors and delegates, every time you get up and do your best, you're doing something for your community. It may take time. It may take a year or 2 or 3. It may even take 10 years. Look at the north of 60 for our Dene Sonklene brothers and sisters. We finally had some movement when we went to Ottawa with Vice Chief Smythe, Chief Corinne Sazy, Chief Kevin Mercredi. Little bit of movement for the north of 60 to get what's rightfully owed to the people of the north, the Dene Sonklene people. This is our commitment as the FSIN to get that done for you, to help you and support you. And for our Wahpeton brothers and sisters, that school, every chance we get an opportunity to tell Patty I do, that's one of our top priorities. Build that school for Wahpeton. They deserve it. Those children deserve every opportunity to succeed in a school that's safe and healthy. Every week we're doing this with different ministers. Every week we try to tell them and remind them we're dealing with racism here in our province. We're dealing with certain challenges that non-First Nations people don't have to deal with. We're dealing with mistreatment in the hospital here in PA Victoria Hospital. The Chiefs in Assembly also supported that we would create our own First Nation health ombudsperson. Oh, our poor lady is busy every day. Every day our poor lady is busy. She's getting 10, 20, 30 calls every day. From PA to Yorkton to North Battleford to Regina. Our people are getting mistreated every day. And they don't deserve to be treated like that. They deserve to be treated fairly, with dignity and respect. So we're glad to be that voice, chiefs and councilors and delegates. We're glad to address this mistreatment of our First Nation people. In about a month's time, month and a half, put this in your calendar. We're going to be creating and organizing what we call the spirit and intent of treaty under the medicine chest clause. You don't have to be a chief or counselor or delegate to attend. Your voice is just as important as myself as the Federation chief. Your voice is more important than mine because that's where the direction comes from, right from the First Nation level. Arnold Natal, how maybe the Calgary Flames will win this year. Maybe. But if they're anything like the Toronto Blue Jays, we're gonna have a challenging time. Those of you that saw the game were heartbroken. I was heartbroken, believe me. Chief DeSanti, I was heartbroken. Chiefs and councilors, delegates, COVID is still here. So are other sicknesses. Let's show our youth and our babies a safer life, a better life. Let's show our young ones an alcohol and drug-free life. Let's do that together. Let's pray together. I know each and every one of you in your homes, you do that. So thank you for listening to me this morning and giving me an opportunity. It was an honor to participate in that pipe ceremony this morning. Ricky McKenzie said something this morning. And he said, I'll continue to pray the way I know how, the way I was taught, until my death. That goes for each and every one of us. Mayor Dion and your council that are here, thank you. On behalf of the Federation, the Sovereign Indigenous Nations, our Vice Chiefs, Dutch Tara, Heather Bear, Ali Bear, and David Pratt. I think they're going to be around in the next day or two. But thank you for listening to us. Every week we try to do our best. Every day we try to do our best. Yakose, Marshi Cho, Tinige, Washtero, Hai Hai.
Good morning again. I have the next one to call up. Worked with this woman for a number of years. I'd like to call up the chairwoman of the PAGC Women's Commission, Shirley Henderson.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to say that it's a beautiful day today to have our annual assembly. We get together, we visit one another, we hug one another, and we're happy to see one another. Sometimes this is the only time we get to see our good friends is at our assembly. And it's really important to be here and to listen to the reports of the good work that the Prince Albert Grand Council is doing for all of us. I'd like to thank the Grand Council. I'd like to thank the chiefs. They work very hard. And I think the message here today was, let's work together. Let's appreciate one another. Life is too short to hold grudges, to be mad at one another. We have to show our youth and lead by example. And I'd like to thank the previous speakers for their message. I don't want to, say the same things that they said, but it's really important that we show our youth and lead by example. Today, it seems like people are taken much faster than 20, 30 years ago. People are leaving us way too fast. Chief Karen Bird said some good words today too about leadership, working together, supporting your chief and council, supporting the Grand Council, supporting the FSIN. We have to use that support. That's the only way we can get things done and make a better life for our youth. Today I'd like to offer our sympathies to Chief Marcel Head and his family. I'm really sorry for what they have to go through. Chief Head, I'm deeply, deeply sorry. And also for James Smith, the tragedy that they went through. It really brought an awakening for all of us to what happened in James Smith. And it could happen to any one of us. We could be in that situation. But I'd like to thank the elder for the opening prayer this morning and starting us off in a good way. So many times we forget to pray, we forget to attend our local church, but still we have to show our youth that we are there for them. I must apologize, I'm starting to get a cold and losing my voice. Maybe I'm just talking too much. I lost my voice. But anyhow, somebody had said support the Women's Commission tonight at our scholarship banquet. We're giving 10 scholarships away. We had 265 apply for scholarships. And the Women's Commission were not involved in the selection. We had some staff from the Grand Council make the selection so that we're not accused of, favoritism for our own communities. So we had a group of others make that selection. Tonight will be a really good time. Grand Chief will be singing. I think Spy will be singing, and Chief Bobby Cameron. But I don't advise that Chief Bobby Cameron quit his day job. So anyhow, tonight's banquet table of 8 is $400. We put the price down from a few years back because the past 2 years we didn't have a banquet because of COVID. We have many things that we use the funds for. One of them being our missing and murdered Indigenous women Brothers and Sisters Memorial Walk that we have every year. And this past year, we had close to 200 people show up for our walk. We get together and we bring in the families that have lost loved ones, and we do the walk for the families mainly. It's a time for them to get together and debrief with one another, so they enjoy our walk. Also, this past year, we set up a booth at the Friendship Center. Not really a booth, but tables. And we purchased brand new coats to give away. And we had everybody that came there was not turned away for a coat. We were amazed by the number of people that did come and needed those jackets for winter. There was such a high demand that we went to Grand Chief and said, can we do another one? And Grand Chief found us the funds to have another coat giveaway in December. And again, we had a great demand where people came in and received coats. We're going to do the same thing this year. We want to also have clothing there that will be donated, and they can pick up clothing along with their brand new jackets. So with that, I would like to thank everyone for the continuous support, and remember, let's live, laugh, and love one another. That's my message for today. Tinigi. Okay.
Thank you, Shirley, for your words of wisdom. Worked with Shirley for so many years, getting the first Missing and Murdered Indigenous Walk started in the early 2000s, and they've continued to do amazing work over the years. With that, I'd like to introduce a friend of mine who I've known for years. He can talk a lot. I'm not sure what he'll share with us today, but very honored to mention invite Mayor Dion to come up and share a few words with us. Mayor, Your Worship.
Well, thank you. I've been here quite a few times, so I want to thank you for the invitation. But I'm going to speak a little different today because my heart is heavy. I started out with a great summer. I attended quite a few powwows. And then I was invited back, and this is my positive part, to Big River. And it was so good to see that they built that trade center on their rink, so they can teach and educate the young people. Because we have such a large labor force in the north, and all they have to do is be educated, and then we can get them jobs. So I want to congratulate Big River, and not to offend any other powwow, but if you want to see an arbor, go to Big River. They built it right. So congratulations. But with that, my summer turned sour. It started with James Smith, and it has continued. Chief Head, thank you again for the handshake this morning. You have our sympathy and my family's feelings and prayers. But that's what I want to talk about. We just had the census. The population of Prince Albert First Nations now is 45%. That's 14,000 First Nations people I have. And I'm pleading with you to help us because we are troubled. Drugs and alcohol are ripping through our community, and as we try to drive them out, the side effect is they're going back to their home reserves. And we can't have that either, because you have less services and supports than we do. So we have to work. And I'll give you one of our biggest challenges. And I want to thank the Saskatoon Tribal Council. They welcomed us in last Thursday because we're going to piggyback on them. They're going to build a 115 shelter year-round, and they're going to assist us with the government to try to get a 75-bed facility year-round, because that's what we need. And if you don't think we're in a panic, visit the shelter in Saskatoon. I was there Thursday morning, 115 people. I made the mistake. They said it was an option for me to go to the second floor. So I said, no, I want to see it all. And I went to the second floor, and I'm still affected by it today. There was a 3-month-old baby in the homeless shelter. That's unacceptable for anybody. And that still affects me today. A 3-month-old baby. She can't help herself. She needs us to help. So I want to echo what Chief Bird said. We have to become one. Together, we can fight this. We are in a fight at the city with our provincial government. Bootlegging. I just don't get it, and neither does our government. I don't drink, and they're lucky, because if I went into the liquor board store more than I did the other day, they wouldn't like it. I was going out, and I knew this elderly couple drank white wine, so I went there. And in front of me was 2 young gentlemen buying 28 Mickeys. 28 Mickeys. So I asked, don't they need a permit? I was told to mind my own business. 28 Mickeys. Well, we know where those Mickeys are going. They're going north. Yet, if I was to have a wedding and I want to give away booze, I have to get a permit, even if I'm only going to buy 6 bottles. So I believe we can beat the bootleggers just by selling to our government. It's time to wake up. But the problem is we are addicted to the revenue. So we're just as bad. My people are just as bad. The revenue from alcohol sales is tremendous. So when we ask them to cut hours and try to help us with the bootlegging problem that we have in the north, it falls on deaf ears. So that's why together, if we had all this room, all the chiefs and us pounding on their door, they'd have no choice but to listen. And it's the right time, because we're 2 years away from an election, and that's normally the only time you see them. So let's start now together to see if we can beat this. Drugs. Unbelievable, the death that we have lost because of drugs. And the problem that we have is we've applied to the provincial government again, this is the second time. We want to force in the north, just not in Prince Albert, in the north, 10 members assigned in their specialties from all over the north to take on these gangs and see if we can help them, because that's the problem with gangs. These are young people that are lost. These gangbangers know how to make them feel important and welcome, and fools them. And they get them addicted. And then we have tragedies. And I'm sorry to say this, it is not going to stop. It is sad. I'm going to tell you another fact that's scary. Moose Jaw, 3,000 people less than us. 48 policemen. 48. We have 105. That's not the answer. Enforcement is not the answer. It's education. Build treatment centers. That's what we need. I've traveled your reserves. You need some place to go. And it can't be the city. In talking to the young people, they want to be home. They have relatives. They have the support group. They come to the big cities. They lose that support. They have no elders to talk to. No family members. And who talks to them? The gangbangers. So if I send a clear message, I'm sad. It's sad today because we've had some great movement again with economic development in First Nations, and I thank you for that, investing in our community. But at the same time, we have to invest in our social issues. and that's homelessness and drugs. And I want to thank a lot of the Grand Council. They have stepped up. The Grand Council is stepping up and helping us. But with all our voices together, we can be stronger. And I've heard that said a few times today. So I'm reaching out to all of you. And let's be that one to make all our communities a better place, especially our First Nations, because that's where the kids should grow up. They're not going to learn their language in the city of PA. They're going to learn their language at school on their home reserves, because you control the criteria then, and it'll be part of the criteria. You'll have elders, knowledge keepers, and that's what we have to share. We have to show them that there is a better life. And I also want to thank and acknowledge the Chief Bird. When she said your bonnets are heavy, that is true. You guys only usually see us shaking hands, congratulating people. But you don't see the work that the chiefs and everyone does behind the scenes. And those are the tough ones. When you get called at 3 o'clock in the morning to say that you've lost another member of your community to drugs and violence, that hurts me. So I hope I didn't depress you too much, because we do have a lot to celebrate. We are moving in the right direction. And I got to mention something. I'm shocked at what Peyton School is under construction. I was there when Vicki passed away, and that was one of her challenges. That had to be 5, 6 years ago. And that's why I'm so happy for Big River. Their dream finally came true. But we'll help you with that dream, because we strongly believe the education system belongs on the reserves, not in our city. You have to teach them your culture, your ways, and your language. We will never do that. And if our people say they're going to, they're fooling you. That isn't going to happen. You have to control the education system, and the only way you control it is to have it on the reserves. And we support that. So with that, I want to thank you. I want to thank the Grand Council. Brian Harlock has been there trying to help us, push us forward. And with his group and Al, thank you, Al, we're going to continue to move forward. Jeff Desmond is the urban director for the Grand Council. We have now, the Grand Chief doesn't even know this, secured a different location for our shelter. Till a week ago, think of it. We have over 100 homeless people. We have no shelter. Today, we have no beds. We are working hard with the Grand Council and our partners to fill that gap, and we're going to make an announcement. Tonight we have council, so we're going to rezone to allow it. But we're getting a little frustrated because we don't want to be alone. And the stronger we're together, the stronger our voice. And we can move together. And I'm very proud a lot of my friends in government have changed their attitude, because they finally accepted the invitation and went to a powwow. And it wasn't an election year. So I congratulated them for coming to see how people live. Big River, thank you for hosting the Prince Albert Raiders. Our hockey club spent 2 days at Big River. They're still affected. I just talked to them the other day. They are still affected from that trip, because they don't see that side. They see the side of an elite athlete being lifted up. They don't see the struggles that your people have just to become an athlete, let alone an elite athlete. So thank Big River again for hosting us. We are very proud of that. And for James Smith, we'll always be with you. If you need anything, it'll be a long healing. And Chief Head, again, from my heart, there is nothing worse. I've lost 2 siblings, one to cancer, one to a car accident. The car accident one just killed us because, of course, it's unexpected. You're talking to them in the morning, you get a call in the afternoon that they passed away. And I'm really glad how the First Nations, I attended quite a few of the wakes, and I'm just so proud of how you people come together. You spoke of that. When there's a tragedy, you come together. And I congratulate you for that. So I could talk forever, but I won't, because next year I want to be able to stand here and say, we're winning. We have a permanent 75-bed shelter, funded, that's going to operate year-round. You just don't need a shelter in the winter. And these shelters are changing. They have people in there with degrees on First Nations rights and freedoms. They have a sweat, and they have lots of things, and that's what's helping them to understand where they come from, because they're lost. So thank you for having me. I hope I didn't depress too many people. I hope I didn't offend anyone, but I'm getting to the point that I may get more offensive, because we have to move, and today should be the start. So thank you, and enjoy your conference.
Thank Mayor Dion for his words of encouragement. The next person I'd like to introduce, she is our representative for the legislation, Lana Ross.
Thank you so much, and good morning. It's such an honor to be invited here today and join you on Treaty 6 territory and the traditional homeland of the Métis people. I would like to honor our elder for the beautiful prayers to open this assembly. I would also like to express my condolences to those who have lost loved ones and who are suffering through the James Smith Cree Nation tragedy, and my condolences to the Head family on their loss. Our hearts and prayers are with you all at this time. Thank you to Grand Chief Brian Hardlock, Vice Chief Joseph Tisani, for your dedication and your leadership in stewarding our First Nations in that this tribal council represents. Welcome to the chiefs, my fellow dignitaries, and members representing all nations of the Prince Albert Grand Council. And thank you to all the elders who are present here today for your ongoing prayers, your long-standing efforts in sharing your experiences, and the continuous drive to pass on Indigenous culture and knowledge. Your wisdom is a blessing, not only to all Northern Saskatchewan's communities this council represents, but also to our city, our province, and our country. It really is an honor for me to be here today as your MLA for Prince Albert Northcote and your representative in the government of Saskatchewan. The ingenuity and wisdom of Indigenous people and cultures knows no bounds. And as Chief Bellegarde once said, Indigenous people made huge contributions to this country. The biggest is in sharing the land and resources. This same generosity unites Indigenous and non-Indigenous people, making us all treaty people and responsible not only for this land, but ourselves as individuals, our families, and our communities. A quote states, "The compassionate actions of its members most accurately measures the greatness of a community." I am proud when I think about the compassion this community and council have for one another. It keeps us together and sees us through times of crisis and uncertainty. A Dakota proverb states, "We will be known forever by the tracks we leave." I hope these tracks represent empowerment and, like the medicine wheel, seek alignment and continuous interactions of the emotional, mental, physical, and spiritual realities within these nations and our community. May this day provide abundant knowledge, be filled with understanding, bestow healing as we move forward with the spirit of reconciliation and community. Thank you so much for the privilege of being here today. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ilana, for your comments. Thank you to all the speakers for their opening comments, and just a bit of a special mention as well here. It's extremely important for us to mention Dr. Malhotra, who's joined us up here at the front table, and who has been a champion of women's health and wellness over the years, a very dear friend of former Grand Chief Michelle, and who will be honored tonight by the Women's Commission at their event. So big thank you to Dr. Malhotra for all your caring, compassion, and hard work for members of the Grand Council. Thank you very much. So we're going to be moving on to what I called earlier the mundane business, but it's not really mundane. We've got Prince Albert Development Council financial statements to be presented. We're also almost close to lunch. So originally they were scheduled for 15 minutes. So we're going to call up Jean Durr, Keith Fonstad, Todd Robertson to go through the PAGC financial statements. But I need a favor as they're coming up. Where are they? Where's Jean? Huh? You going to start? Okay, so we'll have Al, but I want everybody to kind of wave at me at the assembly here, and I just want to say, take a picture of you guys. This is just personal. So 1, 2, 3, yeah, just big wave. Thank you. So I'll put that on my Facebook.
That looks pretty impressive there, Gary. That's a nice camera you got there. Probably not an iPhone, though, eh?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, it is an iPhone. Oh, no.
Not a Samsung.
We want an Android Samsung. Those are the ones. So we are waiting patiently for Mr. Jean. He is coming in through the door as we speak. We have Myers, Norris & Petty has been our auditor for many years. And it is a choice of the Assembly to have them. I mean, it's a resolution that comes here recommended by our finance. If things have gone well in the past, and they generally have, we continue to have them. But the fellow that we had before, Todd Robertson was his name. He was the fellow that from Myers, Norris & Penny who used to come and do our presentation year after year after year. Incredible as it seems, this fellow who's come year after year after year has no longer worked for Myers, Norris & Penny as of about 2 weeks ago. So the gentleman that our finance people were working with just pulled out. Not a problem, because then we worked with the head fellow by the name of Keith Fonstad. But because Todd, who is his right-hand man, has pulled out, Keith he has been working double time, apparently, with many of our First Nations who they work with, and will not be able to make it to this one. But we will have Jean do the financial statements and the resolution. So we don't have either one of them here, but we will have Jean. But I think that he will need some time to set up. He will have to set up without the people from Myers, Norris & Penny. So I've asked our speaker if it's okay to break early. Gary?
So yeah, while we wait for Jean to arrive, we'll reconvene after lunch. But do we have lunch details here? Is the food ready? Any comments, or how will the food work? Who's the foodie? Who's the fooder organizer? Okay, we'll get that figured out. We'll get somebody brought up, but it looks like we're going to be taking a break here for the lunch hour. We will reconvene definitely, likely sharp at 1 p.m. for an announcement and an event that'll be held here. So we will break, and as we get information about the food, we'll share it over the system here. So with that, let's take a break, and we'll reconvene at 1 p.m.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, the food is here. We need about 15 minutes to set it out. Elders will be served, and then we'll have lineups. It should go very quickly. Okay.
So they're all organized for lunch. Okay. The washroom now.
also in saying that is being prepared to do the presentation.
It's not straight, just slightly low. If anything, I would prefer a little higher tonight, but that'll be fine. Just so that I can. The reason is then I'm not looking down or up at it, it's like right at my eye level. So for me, that's solid right there. Okay.
Okay, let's just hang on.
Okay. So you were getting interference. Something was interfering with it.
All the phones here, people are using Wi-Fi. This runs off 2.4. The other one runs off 5. That one should be better, but it runs off 2.4. Everybody.
Somebody had brought water.
Oh, right here.
Yeah. Grand Chief has one already. Right here. Well, they should be here soon, eh?
Yeah, they already blocked off the back.
Okay, I'll go in the back.
Okay, and you want Mendocino here.
Mendocino, Grand Chief.
Testing, 1, 2, check. It's good? Nothing? Are you muted on the? Should have it. Check, 1, 2. Routing? Check, 1, 2, check. You got her now, eh? Check, 1, 2. Check. That's good? Clean, all good? Okay. Okay, good afternoon. Can everybody please take their seats? We're going to start right away.
Yep, I think there's enough.
Yeah, I'm over top of them. Okay. And so, yeah. Oh, yeah, I gotta zoom up pretty good to get you guys in shot. I gotta zoom up pretty good to get them in shot, so. Yeah, I'll be fine. I'll I'll check the other camera.
Can we get people's help to help usher people in and bring them in? We're going to be starting here, reconvening fairly quickly. So, teamwork makes the dream work. If we can get your help bringing people in, reminding them, don't be too rough with them as you bring them in. Be nice. Be kind. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for helping us out and bringing everybody back in. So yeah, huge thank you to everybody for their cooperation. Big hand for people who prepared lunch. So a big thank you to them. And do I have some barbecue sauce coming down my face? Hope not. So. But listen, we've got a very special announcement here and an event about to unroll, and I'd like to call up Vice Chief Tisani to kind of lead us through this next stage of the agenda.
Thank you, Gary. I do want to acknowledge the drum group for today's grand entry, the elders for the opening prayer. I do acknowledge the community members and the leadership here. Folks, Grand Council, the membership, we've been working regarding the policing initiative since back in 2018, and we've come a long way. We're ready today to sign that letter of intent between the parties, between Canada, the province, and the Prince Albert Grand Council on behalf of our First Nations communities. What this will do is engagement with our First Nation communities and look at the RCMP that we have in our communities. What are needed, do the evaluation, and how do we move forward and design a policing model that will best serve the First Nation with all our First Nation, 28 communities within the Prince Albert Grand Council. It's a huge undertaking. And we got the initiatives and the mandate from our leadership to look at alternative ways in terms of creating a safe community for our community members and our children. So I do want to acknowledge today our guests that are here for the signing of the letter of intent. Minister Mendocino from Canada. Let's give him a round of applause and make him feel welcome. And also we got Minister Tal with the Province Public Safety and Corrections. She's here today. Minister Tal, thank you for joining us. So with that being said, what will happen here today is we'll have the speeches. Grand Chief will speak. And then after the speeches, we'll get Gary to read out the letter of intent, and we'll have the signing ceremony in terms of we can now do the work and go back to our communities, and the engagement will happen throughout the winter. We have 18 months to finish the work, so there'll be a lot of engagements, a lot of talk about policing within our communities. So with that, I'll hand it over to Grand Chief for his comments. Grand Chief Harlock.
Thank you, Vice Chief Tini, Vice Chief Lanate. Now I acknowledge you all here. Minister Marco, a Minister of Public Safety, Federal Minister, part of the Liberal government. Of course, Christine Tell from the province, and she is a Corrections and Public Safety Minister. We're here to sign a document to make our communities safe. If we work together, if you support your chief and your councillors and work with the Prince Albert Grand Council. In 2018, as Vice Chief mentioned, we had the mandate. Thank you, chiefs, for that mandate. What did that mandate say? To work towards community safety and to work towards self-administered policing. And the work has been done. In November, before the pandemic, 2019, Prince Albert Grand Council, and I thank all our technical staff for the work that they done. And that was putting on the policing and also a justice symposium in Saskatoon of that month in November. So that the purpose of that very important conference was to bring you, the people of this conference. It was well attended, but sometimes we have those challenges of the chief and the councillors being very busy in their communities. But we still had a good attendance. And I thank all our people, technical staff that did provide the work to make that possible. Chief and councillors, we do have immediate challenges in public safety, community safety. And what is that? We have outdated CTAs, community tripartite agreements. We asked the federal government to co-develop that CTAs. What are CTAs? Many of you know what CTAs are. It's the First Nations policing agreements. And it's a three-way agreement. It's outdated. We need to work on that. Chiefs, councillors, delegates, your bylaws that you make in your First Nations, are they enforced by the RCMP? They are not. That's immediate. Your BCRs, your band council resolutions, are they honored? Are they enforced by the RCMP? They are not. That's immediate. Who can make that change? Right here, we got the ministers here that can make that change. Okay, so I commend the communities that have community safety officers. Some communities call them just security, community security guards. Others call them peacekeepers. But they do the same thing. They assist what police force is in the community to make that community a safe community. I commend those community. These initiatives that you, the chiefs, and your councillors have done over the years, their own source funding, right? You take care of them. You provide the money from the limited resources, funding that you get from the federal government. That's another immediate that we can address. So, the detachment in the communities, we have many detachments, RCMP detachments in their communities, but we have communities that don't have detachment. That's an immediate concern that we have to work on, chiefs. But the thing that we're working, what we're signing here to work towards self-administered policing, to have our own police officers in our communities, to have that opportunity for the young people. And this is the work that we can do. We can only achieve it if we work together and we work in our communities. Of course, from the support, from the two levels of government. With that support, we can do that. And that's what we are trying to do. And that was the very purpose of that conference that we did. From that conference, we give it to the federal government. They wanted a copy. We did that. We did that. After that, they made an announcement that policing is an essential service. I do believe it was from that conference and talking about policing why the federal government did that. And I commend them for that. It makes those challenges of those self-administered policing that are in the communities now, those challenges of funding, and they do have challenges, they did. But because of this legislation, now they won't have those challenges, the money will flow. And that's what we're hoping to achieve in this signing of this document. I commend everybody, all the police officers that were in the grand entry with us, the city police that we work with, to make this city, our city, a safe place. Thank you, John and Farika, for that. Thank you, Brian, Indigenous Policing. We have a lot of work to do. I thank you very much here. Let's do this. Let's do this work. Let's sign this document. And that's what I said to the ministers here. We are elected people, and we want this to happen. And let's see it happen. We all want it. So I encourage all of you, the leadership, the chiefs with their council members, let's make our communities a safe place for our community members, for our children to go to school.
Thank you, Grand Chief. I do want to acknowledge Melanie. If you want to do a quick wave here, Melanie's here. Melanie's helping with the legislation where we want to make community policing an essential service. I do thank you very much for being here. We met with Melanie and we contributed through the Grand Council into those engagements throughout the winter, and will continue to be part of the legislation that's going to be drafted. Community safety plans is also equally as important as policing. We want to engage the community and help and to continue to support the training and ongoing support for our communities in developing those community safety plans. You'll hear more about it in the coming months. Policing is one thing, but without the community safety plans, it's kind of hard. It'd be hard to engage and to create and making our community safe. So with that, I'd like to introduce Chief Burns, James Smith Cree Nation, to address the Assembly.
Good afternoon. First and foremost, I'd just like to thank the Creator for blessing us with a wonderful day. I was told when I speak, I got to speak from the heart, not my mind. I'd just like to say that today was a good day on dialogue, dealing with the trauma with our people, asking them and requesting them how they feel. This morning it was very hard. A lot of them broke down. And to me, this shouldn't have happened to anybody or any nation. So I'm very honored to have Minister Marco and also discussions that we had in James Smith with the family members on how we can cope and move forward. Moving forward is another tool in regards to working together on finding solutions to making sure that we help our membership to heal. Ever since it started, September 4th, I was in ceremony. The first call led to 100 calls. And to me, this first call was very hurt. Losing a brother, sisters, nephews, aunties, uncles. And it's so hard because a lot of it goes back into the community, and how are we supposed to cope with all of this? How are we supposed to move together? Moving together as a nation is another thing. Raising a child is another area. And you know, I'm very happy we had one person in our discussions this morning. He resigned. But we had to push back because we had to give him time. And I'm very fortunate that he came and spoke today and this morning. We need him. We need him in our community, in our NADAP area. So I commend Daryl Burns for standing up and looking at the needs for our nation, for any nation, on how we can move forward on healing. So we did a lot of communications in regards to pushing forward what needs to be funded. NADAP is another area of means, and how do we support our membership that needs healing. The drug situation, the drug dealers, on-reserve policing, security. The way I see security right now, yeah, that's just a piece of the iceberg. So what are they going to do when they encounter a big mess? Drug dealers, what are they going to do? Hit them with their flashlight? Safety is another concern in regards to looking at different obstacles and how we should police our own community. This is a need, and it's a necessity. It's like Vice Chief said, Grand Chief, and the other chiefs that spoke. We need our own policing, our own training. Where do we start? We plant that seed in the education part with our youth and telling them, this is what we need. Post-secondary is another thing. We need to emphasize in making sure that we push from grade 1 to grade 12 into this area. I don't want to see this happening to another community. It hurts. It hurts so much. I didn't even get debriefed because ever since day one, when they started, lack of sleep. But you know what? The faith has me going. The hope. And this is what I want to see in regards to moving forward, signing documents in front of the people on how we can push the envelope on reserve policing. You know, I like to thank Siksika on having their own policing. Next week we're going to sit down with them in Calgary, taking the whole staff over there and how we can overcome this whole thing on policing. So tomorrow is going to be another event. I have an opportunity to sit down with more RCMP members in ceremony. So they're asking me, they want to go into a sweat lodge. So I'm making that time. I'm not going to be here tomorrow, but I'll designate somebody to sit on my spot. So these are the factors, and this is real, and I want to make sure that nobody goes through this ordeal. And one last comment. Before the Queen had passed, we had the opportunity to have one final letter from her with her signature, sending her condolences to James Smith Cree Nation and to the membership and to the families. That's a great honor before she passed. So with that, thank you.
Thank you, Chief. We been engaged with SAS Polytechnic in terms of the training opportunities to in terms of training our police force. We need to look at that model as well. There's many partners in policing with the F Division, with the institutions, the universities in terms of the justice field. This is a step in terms of occupying that field in terms of justice for our communities. We are not alone, and I do want to acknowledge again the partnership, the friendship that we've developed with the province and the feds in terms of moving forward. Seeing that common goal of making our community safe is very important. So I do want to acknowledge that work from our partners with the feds and the province. and the work will continue. But we do, in moving forward in terms of the policing program, we're not infringing of any communities. We want to come into the community and do that evaluation, making sure that we engage with the grassroots people and talk about how do we make our community safe. That's what it's about. Then hopefully eventually lead to a self-administered community-based policing in the future. So with that, I'll give the opportunity to Chief Cameron to address the Assembly. Chief Cameron.
Thank you, Vice Chief Smythe, Grand Chief Hardlot, Minister Marco, and Minister Tell, and Chief and Councilors, elders, women, youth, Chief and Councils, and all those that are here, the delegates. This is working towards what each and every one of you have been advocating for and stating for many, many years. You want alcohol and drugs banned on your First Nation. That's what this is working towards. You want drug dealers banned and charged from your First Nation, and in some cases even evicted and banned. That's what this is working towards. Eventually we're going to get to the point where, in conjunction and partnership with the provincial government and the federal government, to create our own First Nation policing association, driven from the band members of each First Nation, your committees, your elders, eyes and ears on the ground. So that's what these agreements are about. To the PA Grand Council and the many others, Red Earth and your restorative justice work you've been working towards. Some good work has went on and will continue to go on here at the Prince Albert Grand Council. All the years of advocating and all the years of trial and error and some challenging times. The voices when we hear the chief and councils when they call us about the difficulties they're facing. That's what this agreement is intended for. Community safety driven from the community. Driven from each First Nation and their band members. And our elders. Thank you for being a part of this historic day. Very historic day, but we're going to continue. Our senators will say this, that justice was a big component of treaty. When they were signing treaty in the 1800s, early 1900s, the chief said, what if your people harm my people? What if your people do wrong to my people? Alexander Morris and others, representing the Crown, saw the red coat and asked the red coat to stand up. The red coat stood up, and this is what he said before treaty was signed. I will assign a red coat to your community to keep peace, harmony, and safety to your people. That's the significance of justice and treaty. This is a part of it. Treaty implementation and that whole justice component. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. We all know we have the biggest resources in our communities. More than mining, more than anything else that we have in all the northern communities that we have. We have 28 First Nation communities. This is a huge undertaking. I'm so happy to be here today with all the negotiations that had happened. But our biggest resources is our young people. Why do we want to do this? Why not? We're here to open the doors. A lot of our young people are looking for opportunities. Why not the justice field? Why can't we encourage our children to go to school and get a proper education and get into the justice policing field? We have to do that in terms of occupying that field. We don't have to run away from RCMP when we see the RCMP. because we want to make the RCMP part of a community. Not the solution to a community, but part of a community. And we have to take that responsibility together in making our community safe. So with that, I want to introduce Minister Tell with the province of Saskatchewan. They've been part of our discussions and negotiations, and they're a willing partner. They want to see change and make our community safe as well. So I want to truly thank Minister for being here and addressing the Assembly. Minister Tell.
Good afternoon, everyone. Minister Mendocino, Grand Chief Brian Hardlot, Vice Chief Joseph Tassani, Chief Wally Burns, elders. Oh, and I must mention too, he was a late comer here today, was Chief Cameron. Elders, PAGC, member nation chiefs, and council special guests in attendance here this afternoon, welcome. I'm honored to be here on Treaty 6 territory for the official signing of the letter of intent between Prince Albert Grand Council, the Government of Canada, and the Government of Saskatchewan. The letter of intent formalizes the commitment to develop an implementation plan to address public safety and policing for the communities of the Prince Albert Grand Council member nations. Government of Saskatchewan recognizes the value of community-oriented policing for First Nations and Indigenous communities. Indeed, the tragic events at James Smith Cree Nation in early September have highlighted more than ever that this is an area that needs to be addressed by all levels of government. The letter of intent will establish Prince Albert Grand Council Public Safety Implementation Team to identify the community safety and police service needs of the Prince Albert Grand Council communities. Collaboration, partnership, and respect are all imperative as we move forward with this strategy. We know there is more work to be done, but big changes happen with small steps. And this is the first step in the process that will shape the coming years. This letter of intent is part of our government's ongoing commitment of ensuring safe communities for all. I would like to thank all the chiefs, elders, and representatives of the Prince Albert Grand Council for being here today and working with our government on this important initiative. Thank you very much. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you, Minister. Next, with engagement with Canada, the team that we have, Minister mentioned the Prince Albert Grand Council Public Safety Implementation Team will be created, and they will identify the work how that work's going to look like within the communities, with the engagement with our First Nations communities. So with that, Minister, thank you for being here and your team. You have an awesome team that's working with you. Jen and Matt in the back, the province, I do acknowledge your commitment and your continued support in terms of making our community safe. That's what it's about at the end of the day. So thank you very much, Minister, for being here. So next, the Minister Mendocino with Public Safety Canada, I'll call you up to the podium and address the Assembly. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for that kind and generous welcome. Grand Chiefs, to our elders, to everybody who is here, thank you so much for welcoming me to Treaty 6 for this important occasion. I also want to thank Chief Burns for welcoming me to James Smith Cree this morning. We had a very heavy and difficult meeting with the families of the victims this morning, and there really is no words that can do justice to the grief that they're still feeling, the trauma that they're still feeling, the pain that they're still feeling. It was a sacred moment for me because it was my first time to be in person with them. and they were so honest about just the difficult moment that they're still in right now. And even as they were expressing their grief, there was perseverance, there was strength, there was great pride in the culture, the language, and the history of James Smith Cree. And I have felt it throughout my conversations, not only today, but in the last number of months in the role that I serve as Minister of Public Safety. And, you know, it is that strength that has to be the motivation. There are words that are inscribed in the council chamber at James Smith Cree Nation. And it says, remember us. And we have to remember the victims on September 4th. We have to remember the victims and the survivors of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. We have to remember the victims and the survivors of residential schools. That has to be our motivation. That's why we're here today. That's why we've come, to be a good faith partner. And, you know, only by implementing the calls to justice, the calls to action, which our government is dedicated to achieving with you, can we take that next concrete step on the road to reconciliation. And it is a cornerstone of reconciliation that policing for Indigenous people, by Indigenous people, is at the very heart of the work that we are doing today. That is the message that you have communicated to me. You know your communities. You know your younger generation, the ones that are coming up. I've seen them, I've met with them. And we need to create the space to empower you to keep your community safe. That's what signing this letter of intent is all about today. And I know that there's a commitment from the RCMP to make the relationship right, to respect language, to respect culture, to respect tradition, to respect history. And that work is not easy. It's not easy. But we're going to do it. It's like you said, Grand Chief, we're going to do that work together. That's why we're here today. I also think even as we sign this letter and we foreshadow a moment where we'll create more Indigenous policing, that it's not just about law enforcement. Healing has to be done through prevention, which means we've got to look at those root causes that you know well, the challenges with substance and violence and organized crime. And we look to you for leadership on how we can reduce those challenges. It means making sure that there's enough housing, enough health care, safe education for young people so that they're equipped to make the right choices. And we know that they can. You know, there's another thing that I saw in the at James Smith Cree Nation. There's a beautiful mural. It just says hope. And in the letters of that word are the signatures of the residents of the residents of that community, the leaders of that community, the people that have come to visit like me. It's going to take hope, but it's also going to take hard work if we want to break the cycle so that there is no more James Smith Cree Nation, so that there's no more MMIGW, so that there's no more residential schools. And I just want to tell you, we're gonna walk that talk. And thank you again so much for welcoming me. It's an honor to be here. Thank you.
So with that, thank you, Minister, for being here today and addressing the Assembly. And we'll continue to advocate. There's a process. We need to do our work, making sure we do a good quality job. Not just the status quo. We know the challenges that we have with the RCMP within our communities. We don't want to be underfunded and struggling just to get by. We want to make sure if we develop a model, it's top-notch, that our people deserve, and take our rightful place and make our community safe. So with that, I want to thank our guests that are here. I want to acknowledge the staff, again, the staff that's been working so hard, everybody that contributed to getting us to where we are today, and to the community and the leadership for giving us that mandate to look at the policing and how can we make it better for our First Nation communities. So with that, Assembly, I'll hand it over to Gary, Mr. Speaker. He'll read over the letter of intent, and then we'll get into the signing of the document afterwards. And then after the signing, the guests, the three parties, James Smith, they'll go in the back room. The media will be welcomed in the back room. If there's any questions and answers, that'll be done in the back room. So thank you very much. Gary?
Yep. Thank you, Vice Chief. So thank you to all the speakers, and I'll cut right to the reading of this document here, the letter of intent. The purpose of the letter of intent is to formalize a collaborative working relationship between the Prince Albert Grand Council and the Government of Canada and the Government of Saskatchewan in meeting the objective of developing an implementation plan for community-oriented public safety and policing, which addresses specific community safety protective services needs of the Prince Albert Grand Council member nations and communities. The Prince Albert Grand Council is the Grand Council organization representing 12 First Nations comprised of 28 communities in northern Saskatchewan, which are organized into 4 sectors: the Athabasca Denisutlane, the Plains Dakota Cree, Swampy Cree, and the Woodland Cree. The Prince Albert Grand Council has expressed a desire to enhance community safety planning for its member nations. PAGC also desires to ensure effective and culturally appropriate police services within its communities. Canada and Saskatchewan are committed to implementing the calls for justice from the final report of the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls. These calls for justice include all governments supporting changes that are culturally appropriate and effective within Indigenous policing from its current state. Canada and Saskatchewan are committed to community-oriented public safety and policing and working in the spirit of reconciliation with Indigenous peoples through renewed relationships based on respect, cooperation, and partnerships. The collaborative working relationship will be established through a working group with representation from each party, referred to as the Prince Albert Grand Council Public Safety Implementation Team. The parties enter into this letter of intent with the purpose to collectively support the identified objective. This letter of intent is not a contract and does not create any legally binding or enforceable obligations between or amongst any of the parties. However, an expression of the parties' present commonly shared intentions and objectives and their desires to conduct themselves in a manner consistent with the contents of this letter of intent. Each has caused it to be signed by their respective representatives on the date today. So we'll now have them grab their pens and proceed with signing. 3, 2, 1. They switched them. We got to do 3. One more. Okay, once they're done signing, we'll get them to hold the letter of intent up and maybe perhaps stand as well and hold up the letter of intent for pictures and photos for all to see. And they'll be making their way back to one of the back rooms, and they will be hosting a bit of a media question and answer back there. So With that, thank you very much. We will have, just to be on deck, our Prince Albert Development Corporation financial statements report, so we'll get them queued up here. Jean Durr, Keith Fonstad, Todd Robertson, be on deck, please, and thank you. Jean Durr. Yeah. Jean, if we could let's get this show on the road. We'll get Jean up here and the others to start the process. Got some time to make up. We've got the resolution.
Okay, good afternoon to our elders, senators, chiefs, councilors, delegates, and all the guests. I want to make my presentation short because I missed my time this morning, so I apologize for that. Our auditor, Keith Fonstad, has COVID, so he's not here today. And also, we did not provide him with enough lead time to complete our audit. So again, my apologies again this year for not having the completed consolidated audit. So I'm just presenting a preliminary financial statement. If you have a annual report in front of you, we can go to page 66, which has the consolidated statement of financial position. So on that left column in the consolidated statement, pretty much the old balance sheet. This year, again, we have cash resources of $11 million, and we also have receivables about $10 million. Due from member First Nations, about $3.2 million. So overall, our financial assets are $24.4 million. Offset against that is our liabilities. We have payables, about $1.4 million. Deferred revenue is $11.1 million. And due from member First Nations, about $1.3 million. So those are close to $14 million of current liabilities. Our long-term debt is $34,000 current, plus $135,000 plus the $33,000 current, so that's about $169,000 total long-term debt. So the difference between the total financial assets and the liabilities gives us the net assets. So this year we're happy to say that we have net assets of about $10.5 million. So this compared to previous years a while back when we had negative or net debt. So now we have pretty much an unrestricted surplus carrying forward of about $10.5 million. We also have some tangible assets at the bottom, about $3.3 million. So overall, our accumulated surplus, which is the net assets plus basically the tangible assets, is about $13.7 million. So again, this is a much improved balance sheet compared to a few years ago when we had negative amounts showing on the bottom line. So on the next page, on page 67, is our statement of operations in this middle column for March 2022. Total revenue is about $78.7 million, and then our expenses $75.9 million, close to $77 million. So our surplus for the year is $2.7 million. And then again, added to the previous cumulative surplus of $11 million gives us the $13.7 million accumulated surplus to the end of March 2022. So the next couple pages are just show the net debt and also the cash flow. So the net debt shows that how we arrive at the $10.5 million of net asset. And then on the cash flow statement, page 69, it shows how the cash is generated to show the $11 million of cash in the bank. So the rest of the pages after that are notes to the financial statements. So again, we prepare all our financial statements, including the notes and the working papers, and then they end up at the auditors and they go through them. So if we skip quickly to the charts, there's some charts starting on page 87. So on the very top of 87 on the right-hand side shows the annual surplus. So our surplus the previous year is about $4.6 million, and then this year it's $2.7 million. The unrestricted surplus just below that shows that our unrestricted surplus is about $10 million, a little over $10 million. Our bank indebtedness used to be carrying an overdraft. Now we have no overdraft. accounts payable are also going down. On the next page, the deferred revenue on the left-hand side, a lot of the funds we received for the COVID pandemic, and a lot of these funds had to be deferred, so, and there's also capital projects that we have to defer the revenue on, so the deferred revenue is $11 million. And then further down, you can see the long-term debt is basically going down to 169,000 as of March 2022. And the equity and capital assets basically stays roughly the same in the $3 to $3.5 million mark until we do some major acquisitions. So that's basically a quick overview of our preliminary financial statements. We tried to get our auditors to work on our audit, but the previous manager, Todd Robertson, did move on to another firm, so they could not commit any staff to us for October, and they did commit staff to us starting in November, and hopefully we have our audit, consolidated audit finalized before Christmas. So with that, thank you.
Thanks, Gene, for your presentation. What I do have here is motion number 2 of the Assembly. Prince Albert Grand Council Annual Assembly, Prince Albert Exhibition Center, October 17, 2022. PAGC Management Company Limited approval of preliminary financial statements. Move that the Prince Albert Grand Council and Annual Assembly approve the PAGC Management Company Limited preliminary financial statements for the year ended March 31st, 2022 as presented. Need a mover. Okay. Chief Montreal Lake, Joint Nate Howe. Seconder, Chief Bird from Peter Valentine. Like to get open floor for questions. Chief Head from Red Earth.
Testing, 1, 2. All right, here we go. I don't want to say check 1 because you might think I'm asking for a check. Anyhow, good afternoon, the delegation, the executive grand chief and FSI and the senators and the elders that are here, the councilors as well. I'd like to thank Senator Beatty for the opening prayer as well, and Senator Royhead for the opening remarks. I just noticed some perhaps errors in some of the fiscal year dates in the audit. Page 74, I don't know if that's supposed to say 2022. It has 2021 twice. Page 77, same thing. It's supposed to say 2022, I believe, or is that an error? And page 79 as well. Just like to bring that to your attention. As well as we know, audits are very expensive. So if or perhaps or perhaps it's not an error. I just wanted that noted. And also as well, I just noted that the agenda was moved earlier and adopted as well, and I think we skipped your portion there, Gene, so I don't think you were late. It was just that the agenda wasn't being followed, I think. So with that, thank you.
Thank you, Chief Head. Those questions, we've noted in our papers. Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Gary Stanley from Wapendiko Nation.
Hello? Oh, okay. All right, thank you. I just wanted to ask Jean, how is this, our financial picture today, how is it, I guess, how is it lining up with that 5-year, I think a number of years ago you said we're on a 5-year deficit reduction plan? And I think the last time I asked this question, it was a few years ago. So I guess, are we on target, or are we behind, or are we ahead of the plan?
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Yeah, we completed our debt recovery. We had started about 2012. We had $6 million of net debt, and then now we have about a little over $10 million of net assets. So we've completed the debt deficit and also the debt recovery. So now we have money in the bank, sort of, and that's basically up to the chiefs to decide what they want to do with that small surplus. So we're glad to report that we were probably a couple of years behind the 5-year plan, but over the last 3 years, we've more than eliminated any net debt and achieved a $10 million cumulative unrestricted surplus.
Okay, thank you, Gene. Yeah, okay, so then we can start looking at some unfinished business, just like our 2 sectors that don't have vice chiefs. Then I think it's something new. I think it's something we should be looking at now that we have a surplus.
Yeah.
It's only fair to these other 2 sectors, I think, Anyway, my final question is are we being ignored by the auditors? I guess are we no longer their best customers anymore? And is it, if that's the case, is it maybe time to look at other auditors that will actually give us the time of day, when
yeah,
you don't get the work done when it's supposed to be done? Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, thanks, Councillor, again. Yeah, I think the issue is not so much as the auditors as my own lapse in following a schedule. So I wasn't able to get all my stuff to them on time for them to start the audit. And again, I apologize to the annual assembly for that. And, but we will be starting November 1st on our audit. So he said he was going to dedicate staff to our audit. And your question on whether we're a priority or not is, again, maybe due to the fact that we do our own typing, they might not put us at a priority, but we should have a very quick audit since we're doing all the work for them, and they're basically just doing an audit process. So that's once we get underway in November, I hope we have a final audit that we can present to the chiefs again before Christmas. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, for the questions. Any other questions?
Sure.
I see none. Somebody call a question, please. Question has been called. We have our counters lined up. Okay. All in favor? Hold your hands high. Make sure they're up for the full duration of the count with your badge, and make sure your badges are visible. We have 126 for, opposed. See none, abstentions. See none, motion is carried. And that one is done. I do have a third one here. Motion number 3, Prince Albert Grand Council Annual Assembly, Prince Albert Exhibition Center, October 17th, 2022. Appointment of auditors for the PAGC Management Company Limited. Move that Prince Albert Grand Council Annual Assembly approve the appointment of the Myers Norris Penny LLP as auditors for the PAGC Management Company Limited for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2023. Need a mover. Chief Fabian Head from Meadows Cree Nation. Seconder, Chief Corey Easy from Black Lake. Discussion. Okay, somebody call for a question. Question has been called. Sorry, Chief. Chief Marcel Head from Shoal Lake.
Just going back to the early question that was made regarding the auditor. You know, I find it unacceptable, you know, to have Gene stand up there alone without the auditor. We've had this problem back home where we had an auditor that was not really paying attention to the audit of a Shoal Lake Cree Nation. And as a result of that, you know, we just deemed it as unimportant to them. And we went through the similar process back then. And we had a band council motion at one of our meetings, and we just simply said enough is enough. You know, if that's the treatment that we're going to get from our auditors, then we might as well go shopping for a different auditing firm. You know, I think throughout history that has happened to different various First Nations. And now, even today, you know, we expect, you know, the auditors to be here present and to make it their effort, you know, to be here. And I find that very unacceptable. So I think in our next Chiefs meeting, we should put this forward in our next Chiefs meeting to, you know, I think the motion can proceed, but, you know, there's a point in time where the Chiefs need to sit down and carefully think about, you know, maybe tendering out the next audit. And I know it's going to be passed here for an appointment, but that's just my, you know, just kind of frustrating, you know, not to have an auditor here to help you out with the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Yeah, we'll invite the auditor to our next Chiefs meeting and make sure somebody's there from MNP. Thank you.
We have Chief Wadidika from Wawetna Code Nation.
Test. I'm a talk up. Chanta was then a pay choose up there. Wakanta basically magukta, wachini apikta. Oh, PAGC Chief Samaniche, Unkija Utica Homini, which Hikiata. Hukapi Winia to Htani Hihani. Just want to say that thank the Creator for the day, as well as the elders that lifted the pipe this morning. You know, and want to commend Gene for the work that he's doing, you know, in the area of finance. However, in prior years when we had a bigger budget. When we had the education budget, you know, we had auditors tripping over themselves to come and, I guess when we tendered out, we did have a lot of interest. You know, now that we've lost the education budget, you know, and we see that. This is the second time that Jean's been up there presenting the audit. You know, what I'm trying to say is maybe it's time that we do tender, you know, for an audit. It's not, I guess, for Prince Albert Grand Council to have our annual assembly and not have the interest of our auditor that, you know, should be here, or someone from in their office could be here as well. I don't think that's acceptable either, and I support Chief Marcel Head's comments as well. With that, thank you. Pinamaya.
Thank you, Chief Uridica. Any other discussion? Going once. Okay. Chief Fabian Head, Raiders Cree Nation.
Good afternoon again. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Yes, chiefs have raised a really important point as well. You know, Red Earth is also going through some audit challenges. The current auditor that we're using, we're being delayed with 2 fiscal years, and you know, it's potentially halting funds if the audit's not in shortly, and I guess that's an area where I guess we need to look long term in the future as an educational endeavor to start try and incorporate or train our own people to be part to the charter association and support our young people to go after that type of training. And you know, we know that, you know, audits are very expensive, and you know, I think it's time we try and look at that approach as well in the Grand Council as well, to focus on that department as well, that area of education. So just I wanted to share those comments, and thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chief Fabian Head from Raiders Cree Nation. Okay, we have listened to some comments. We'd like to call a question. Question's been called, and our counter is lined up. All in favor for the motion? It's a workout. Yeah. Keep your hands raised and your badges shown for the duration of the count, please. $100 in favor, opposed?
Keep your hands up, raised for the duration of the count, please. Opposed? Thirteen opposed, abstentions? I see none. Motion is carried. Thank you.
Thanks, chiefs and delegates, councilors, for those motions. Just a quick note on the schedule of executive salaries and travel that we handed out. The name on the HR director is wrong. I had Sandy McLaughlin on some of those sheets, and then the correct name again is Karen Timmerman. So my apologies to Karen for not putting her name as director of HR.
Thank you, Gene. Thank you, everybody. We'll move on very quickly here and bring Al Ducharme up to present on the annual report for the Prince Albert Grand Council.
Thank you, Gary, and thank you, Gene. For the Prince Albert Grand Council, you know, when the 12 First Nations created this tribal council, they did it for a number of reasons. One was for a more powerful political voice, and one was to provide services to First Nations who wish to have them delivered on from a second level perspective, while they prepared for themselves to do it on their own. That has happened. And, you know, you can see the value of the 12 First Nations working together politically to have the Minister Mendocino and Minister Tell here and signing a letter of intent for policing. That's a powerful message that the 12 First Nations of the Prince Albert Grand Council have sent and provided. I don't think there's any more evidence, better evidence of that. So you created this tribal council. Well, probably your fathers or your mothers or your grandmothers and grandfathers created this tribal council with that intent, and it has paid off. At least right there is a very good example. It's wonderful. The other thing is, you know, the service. We do provide many services at the Prince Albert Grand Council that you wish to have provided. Some First Nations have gone so far beyond the necessity of having Prince Albert Grand Council provide those services that they do it all on their own. And I think that's a mark of the level of sovereignty and First Nationhood that has occurred with our First Nations, and the value that the development of over 20 or 30 or 40 years of with respect to powerful First Nation politics or political movement has created. So that's great. But we still do provide services, and we work with our First Nations to do that. And there are many ways you can look at many of our First Nations. You can see that so many of our First Nations have adopted services or buildings or institutions that were set up on behalf of all 12 First Nations. There are some tributes here that you will see for the late Ron Michel, Grand Chief Ron Michel, for Frank Young and for James Smith creation. There is a section further down in the agenda that will have that. There's mentions of Ted DeYoung and Anil Pandilla and people, Maryland Highway. We'll deal with that further on in the agenda as well. I want to get into our programs, though, and try to be, fairly quickly. We have a lot of programs. I'll be very quick and summarize them from the best of my ability. I do work with them each and every day. Hopefully I do know something about them that I can provide to you quickly. You will have a longer piece of information in the annual report. You can read all kinds of detail. But we have the Prince Albert Grand Council Healing Lodge, Men's Healing Lodge. Long ago there was a recognition that we needed to look after our people when they came out of the penitentiaries and the jails of the provinces and the federal government. And the chiefs at that time said, we need to have a place where they can transfer into our communities again. One where they would feel comfortable and where the communities would feel comfortable as well. And so the Men's Spiritual Healing Line was created, and it was put on Wapayton 94B. And it's operated there for 95, 98, 2008, 2018, over 20 years. And it's been very successful. No guards, no fences, and nothing but success in terms of transition back into communities. And it's been working very well. Prince Albert Grand Council Justice Unit, Rick Sanderson looks after that. He also, Rick is a former RCMP officer. He has run many programs in his time as an RCMP officer. One of the things he did is when he worked in the South on Southern First Nations was to create to develop a cadet training corps. And it worked so well and was so well loved in the South that he has done it here. He has over 100 cadets coming in to Prince Albert from all over Prince Albert Grand Council. 100 cadets. But he told the group here that you just watched, the letter of intent, that 37 of them want to be police officers. That's the future of that letter of intent that you saw here today. So that's important. That's great. But Rick also helps those who have been charged in the justice system, whether it be federal or provincial, to help them understand what the nature of the charges is, what they have to understand about that charge, about how they will plea, what kind of help they can get, and whether or not there's any need for a lawyer or a trial or a fine. So they'll walk them through that. Rick runs that kind of a program. Cliff Bittner, you'll see there, we'll be honoring him later on in the program. Prince Albert Grand Council Child Care and Education Center. We have 40 children that normally would have been in the care of the province, the Ministry of Social Services. 40 children. And they don't want to leave. When they are sometimes placed into foster homes that takes them away from there, they run away from those foster homes and they come back to our institution because at this last count there were 5 Cookums working there, and they love the place and they love the children and they know the children because sometimes those children come from their families. So what's the value of looking after our own children? Ask the children that go to the Child Care and Education Center, they'll tell you. And that's the whole value of trying to ensure that children needs to be looked after by our families, not by social services that aren't prepared or aren't culturally aware enough to ensure that they're safe, comfortable, and happy. But our Child Care and Education Center is. So we want more of that, and we know that the agencies, we work with the agencies too, that's what they're doing and that's what they're doing well. And we thank Leona Sorensen and Louise Nadeau. the Associate Director there too. We have the Prince Albert Grand Council Information Technology Services. Mike and Will, you can see them wandering around here, solving many problems today. They've solved many. After the COVID episode for the last almost 3 years, the value of information technology is well known. It's in this, there's nothing we can do without it. We have to become reliant upon it. We have to have knowledge in it. We have to be able to use it well. And you know, we're starting to. How many meetings have you had that were called virtual? Now, I might be an old guy, probably am, but you know, virtual to me meant, I'm looking at Gary, that's virtual. But virtual today means you're looking at somebody on a screen. And you've had many meetings like that. And that's the way of the future. That will happen and will continue to happen. And anything related to that kind of communication will continue to happen. So thank you to our IT for helping the Prince Albert Grand Council work through that COVID and helping every one of our First Nations that they go to. They're called often to go out to our First Nations and help, and they go. And we appreciate that they do that, and we get lots of appreciation from them, from our First Nations saying, yes, we need more people in IT. I wish we could train them. Wish we could train them. You know, you only need about 3 to 6 months training in this field now because it changes every 3 to 6 months. So if you know something right now, 3 to 6 months from now, it might change. Well, if you have the young people who are able to do that, then you've got the system corralled. Prince Albert Grand Council Housing Technical Services. We have Frank Bighead over here and Rosie Charles and many staff of his that have been here for a long time. Their knowledge and their experience and their ability in the area of housing and maintenance and repair and education is incredible. You can read their report in detail and see how many times that they have come to the rescue. They're not necessarily, we don't get money, you know, really, to go out and do the work in the communities. What we would do is support those who do it. But sometimes it becomes so necessary that we do go out there. We do send them out. Frank sends them out. He says, gives them a boot and says, I don't care what the mileage rate is, this week you're going out. And the mileage rate has changed. It's supposed to be a joke because everything that happens here in COVID times are crazy. And I think that there was a time when we were getting you know, a liter of gas for 89 cents. I think a liter of gas now is worth $1.89 and probably going to go higher. So Frank, thank you for all that work that you've done and all your staff, and continue to work in that area. Prince Albert Grand Council Education, Ed Moracity, Vince Britton, a lot of work. They were challenged by the Grand Chief and 2 Vice Chiefs when First Nations took over their own authority, their own education authorities. They had to you know, find a way in which they could still support First Nations education, not in the way that they did before because the education authorities had that down pat, but in a way in which third-level services could be recognized and developed. And so they did that. Some of the work that they did led to the community safety, and you can see what happened there. But Edward and Vince have been looking at finding ways in which the use of IT, again, placing material online for our education authorities to have access to. Their work has been great, and we look forward to their continued work, and they continue to do more. The other thing that I might mention is that Edward Moracity has also taken on the Bill C-92, making sure that we have somebody here at the Grand Council who is knowledgeable and has experience in the ever-changing world of childcare. So Edward does meet with our agencies whenever possible, and sends out materials and keeps keeps up to date with what is happening in there. And we don't know where that's eventually going to go, but Edward is on it. Prince Albert Grand Council Health and Social Development, so many things happen here. We had a clinic running for the entirety, gave out something like 35,000 vaccinations. Incredible, 35,000. That's like the entire city of Prince Albert. That's like the entire population of the Prince Albert Grand Council. That's how many they did. And more than any other clinic around. So during COVID, the Grand Council Health did whatever they possibly could to ensure that we were up to date with everything that was happening, and that way we could share with each one of our First Nations, especially those who we work with closely. Many of our First Nations run their own health entirely. They do their own vaccinations, and they probably had as many, 10, 15 vaccinations themselves. The amount of vaccination our First Nations health clinics did, I would guess it would be probably around 45,000. So were we working and were we supporting our communities during COVID times? Yes, we were. Yes, we were. Meanwhile, there are all the other things, like we have the environmental health, we have dietitians, we have nurses, all come out, that all provide services and support from the Prince Albert Grand Council Health. At Shirley Woods, Penny Constant, and Joan Breland. I think Joan is here. But they're all working hard. Joan looks after the mental health and wellness. This is the area that is most acutely recognized as needing help. There is so many problems, so many challenges, but not only because of COVID-19, but because of all the stresses that occur within our First Nations, not only in our First Nations, but here. I mean, if there are three of the worst dangers we face right now anywhere, and it can be the cause of every one of the problems we see, it is drugs, alcohol, and gangs. If we could solve those three problems in every one of our departments, we would solve a lot of problems for our First Nations. But drugs, alcohol, and gangs, what more can you say? You could put every problem that is there under those umbrellas. Under Joan Breland as well, we're developing a drug and alcohol treatment center in Wapayton. We thank Wapayton Chief and Council for welcoming Sequatabo there. We think that the family approach that we take with Sequatabo will be very helpful. We don't just look at the individual, we look at the families, and we think that that will be very helpful and is the way of the future. You've probably all heard of Jordan's Principle. It had to do with children. It started a long time ago. There's a lot of money that is tied up with Jordan's Principle. What it really is that there was a time when children on reserve and First Nations never got the same kind of treatment or service that children off reserve received, and went to court so that equity could be achieved, and won that case. So therefore, Jordan's Principle money is to provide for those children who never had the same quality of service that off reserve children had, and it can be that money is used for all manner of help, whether it's child care, or it could be new institutions on reserve. It could be looking at new ways of providing health to our children as well. But Jordan's Principle has the opportunity to provide all kinds of money, and everyone, every one of our First Nations has Jordan Principles money, and I believe over the next 2 years, according to the Liberal government, there's another $2 billion coming, so we need to be aware of that particular program, how to use it, and how to look for money there. As part of the health, we have Spruce Lodge Boarding Home. We thank Hatchet Lake for asking Prince Albert Grand Council to be a partner, especially health, in providing that kind of service. When many people come into town, they look for services with doctors, specialists, hospital, et cetera, they need a place to stay, and Spruce Lodge is that place. We never had a home, never had a home. We moved that place around all over from one location to another. But now it does have a home. Days Inn was purchased by Hatchet Lake and in partnership with the Prince Albert Grand Council. So the chiefs and Hatchet Lake saw a future for Spruce Lodge, and the people that go there think it's beautiful, it's wonderful, and it is. PAGC Human Resources. Who is it again? Just kidding. Karen Timmerman has been a leader in human resources at Prince Albert Grand Council for 2 years. Karen Timmerman. And Associate Director Ruth Job. Remember those two names. Those are the ones. But Karen and Ruth and Cindy, Christy, have provided all kinds of services. They are on call for giving advice to other human resources in First Nations, for providing training, and for providing wages and research into the best way to run and operate a First Nation organization. So, and they've been doing a wonderful job, and they continue to work in many areas. Urban Services, Jeff Despens. I don't know, I didn't catch what the mayor said this morning, but I know that Jeff and the MLA and a number of other groups have been working on your behalf in the Urban Center for a homeless refuge. And it's the intent of the Prince Albert Grand Council to work with these entities to find that place. And I think the mayor said that this morning, but I wasn't here for the entire thing. I hope that's what he said. He said, okay, that's good. So that is working out. There was nobody who is going to take the lead in terms of buying the place, but the Grand Council, Prince Albert Grand Council, through Jeff and Urban Services, said we would take that lead, and it's good to hear that the mayor is supporting that. There are all kinds of urban services like that occur as well. Job training, just life training, ensuring that health training, and survival training, really. There are so many things that the urban services do for the homeless or those that are couch surfing or those that have no jobs, and it's their mandate. They must do that, and they are doing that. And they look forward to working with any First Nations that wishes us to work with them as well. We will do that, and we'll continue to find ways and means in which we can help the urban First Nation members we have. PAGC Agriculture, Betty Buffalo, been around for a long time. Betty Marlowe. Everybody knows her as that. That's her nickname. But she's the one with the pumpkin display. Go guess on them. Go guess how many pounds they weigh. You might win that. But Betty works in anything that is related to agriculture, whether it be animals, grain, or any industry that might also be related to that, greenhouse, and been very successful. And if you need anything like that, or you wish to go in those directions, please talk to her. We have many who work with that too. Valley Hill Youth Treatment, partnership with the province It has to do with looking at children who are in need of, are at risk, teenagers who are at risk and need help that they won't get and can't get either at home or with the province, but this new institution will help. We will provide care, support, love, comfort, advice, counseling, all those things for the youth at risk. PAGC Women's Commission. I don't think I need to say too much about that. I think the Women's Commission will deal with that tonight. They are also a very visible force at the Prince Albert Grand Council. You'll see them involved in all manner of events, and we look forward to your event tonight, Shirley, and your council. PAGC population stats, you have them. 46,752. That's the total population of the Grand Council today. And that translates into 305 delegates that we have here. And that means that the magic number to win is 153 if we have an election. You know, there's all kinds of other events I could deal with, but I think that I have covered the majority, in fact, all of our departments, and I'll turn it over to Gary.
Thank you all, and we'll move to the motion. Move that the Prince Albert Grand Council Annual Assembly accept and approve the Prince Albert Grand Council 2022 Annual Report as presented. And now some discussion before we go to movers. Or no, we do need a mover. Sorry, mover. Chief Head, Red Earth, seconder, Chief Bird, Peter Ballantyne. Okay, discussion. And we've got Al up here and Grand Chief, Vice Chief for questions. Nope, question over here. We might have to get you to a mic and introduce, maybe jump up to the mic if you don't mind. So.
Yeah, my question is that policing and all that, like with cadets and that, is there any chance that we can, you know, somehow get our northern communities involved in that? You know, it'll help create a lot of positive engagements with the communities and that. So I just want to ask that. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. I think Rick Sanderson, is he in the building? Rick runs the Prince Albert Grand Council Cadet program, and he's doing a very good job. And we're talking about policing, and then that's the very first thing, try to get our young people into that area of law enforcement. But I thank you for your question there, Councillor Raymond. You know, and I'll say unfortunately, but the community tripartite policing First Nations agreement, there was a section on there that these officers be community members. And like I know for my community, speaking from experience, officers from my community used to do that, part of the community. Of course, you know that the agreement now is outdated, but Rick is not here, but that's something we'll take a note of. See if there's anything that we can do in our communities towards that cadet program. Thank you for your question, Ray.
Mind if I say a few words? Yep. I have talked to Rick about that too, Councillor. He knows that there is a great need to have these kinds of programs established in the far north as well. It's difficult there. It's probably the most challenging. And it's why when we say the far north and the challenges that exist there are tremendous, that we need to know that this is the truth. You know, it's easier to have a cadet program operated out of the Margot Fournier Center and bring in people from 6 or 7 surrounding First Nations. But to go up into Fond du Lac or into Wollaston or to go into Black Lake, that's the challenge. And that, what has to happen there, and Rick has said it, is that we need to be able to have, in effect, train the people who will become those who will run the cadets. And so if there are people who wish to have cadets operated or run in our far north, then we'd be happy to work with you to teach or educate or bring you in to work with the cadets here so you'll know how to do it back home. And we would continue to support that by making trips up to the north as well. That's my discussion with Rick, and that's kind of the thing that we thought of. So we would be prepared.
Any other questions from the floor? Question, Red Earth, Mike? Get the mic hot.
Hello?
There we go.
Good afternoon. Naskuma nang punap tagisag mutaga mamaya piag. Naskuma gigsip gitim naga pas kitin ang mga kamamu piagan nung sutaga mamaya piag. Naskuma imay mustawatist. The question to Al is the midwives training. We need those in our communities. We have one back home, but it's only one person. But we need more, because there's a lot of young people back home, not just only for us, all First Nations. We have a lot of children growing up, and a lot of our children or grandchildren or chapans are starting to have babies too. So it's time we get that training to our communities. That's a question I have for Al in regards to midwife training. We have one back home, a person that's doing that, and it's a positive experience for us to have one because of the hospital in Nippon doesn't really help us a lot because of the racism that's going on in the hospital. So with that, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. Yes, there's been a lot of discussion about the value of midwifery and the historic cultural past for midwifery. It existed in many ways long ago, and in fact, Sturgeon Lake has taken on the call there, especially with their midwife program. They've had a birth in their community already under their midwife program. It was wonderful, great. And there are many who are talking about the necessity for the midwife program to be expanded. And, with the fact that, especially from Red Earth Show Lake area, many of them do not get to birth in Nipawin anymore. They send them to Prince Albert. And that's a long way. And many problems can occur in a drive that long, especially if you're in an ambulance. So the idea of talking about midwifery and having that possibility exist in our communities, as it did culturally, 100 years ago, is valuable. And I think many remember that. Some here, even today, probably were born that way back in their communities. But I know that Shirley Woods and the crew have talked with, at least we were before, with Sturgeon Lake. But there also needs to be a discussion at the director's level to discover the length to which you would like to rediscover midwifery and redevelop it at the community level. I think that is the next step that has been talked about and probably will be gone.
Follow-up or other questions? Peyton, Mike?
Good afternoon. I just have a couple comments on the policing part of your report and what has transpired this morning. I know I think my biggest problem with the present policing system is that it's reactive. It's not proactive, it's reactive. It waits until something has happened. You know, it waits until somebody gets beat up. It waits until somebody gets hurt seriously, or even some, I guess some people getting killed, and that's the only time they get involved. And, you know, but that's their mandate, it seems to be. You know, they can't do anything to prevent it, but they're there, they're suddenly interested, and they're behind you 100%, but that's after the fact. And we've always, at Wapeyton, we've always tried to, I guess, try to work on a proactive model where we do things with our youth to prevent future crimes from happening. But then even when we're doing that, it came back to bite us in the butt. We had a police management board. We had a worker, and this worker was doing everything that she could to keep our children out of trouble. And we started up a security program. And so before we went into all of this, we were affiliated with the Sturgeon Lake substation in Sturgeon Lake, so that's who we would call if there's anything on reserve. So we were calling them on the average about 16 to 20 calls a month. And so after we implemented this preventative program, the calls went from 16 to 20 down to 3 and 4 calls a month. And so we reduced our crime statistics by that amount, almost like 75%. And then we had a lot of programs for our youth. We had a girls' power group, or we had cadets. We were doing all sorts of things to keep our children out of trouble. And then what happens is they took the position away from us because we weren't producing enough criminals, and they sent it somewhere else. So that's the biggest problem with the present policing system, is it's not there to prevent crime. It's there for after the crime has happened. There's lots of money in policing, but it's only after the fact, you know, like after the crime has been committed. There's tons of money there. You've got lawyers, you've got courts, you've got jails, you've got penitentiaries, you've got you've got probation officers, you've got tons of money, but it's only for after the fact, you know. And I'm hoping that this new model coming in can be more proactive on this side, where we're looking at actually preventing crime from happening.
Oh, man.
And right now we're in a situation where we have one troubled youth on Wapeyton, and he's walking around with a knife.
Yeah.
And he's gone to our daycare center on a number of occasions. And one of our counselors has been contacting the RCMP about it. And basically the RCMP are saying, well, what do you want us to do about it? And so it's almost like they're waiting for somebody to get hurt before they get involved. And that's not right. You know, so we need to, if we are going to get into the policing thing, it has to be done the proper way, you know, in order to prevent crime from happening, you know. Those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gary. I think your comments pretty well summed up the challenge that every one of our First Nations have. I think you captured it all there, and I think that's the very reason why the letter of intent and the necessity to have a First Nation policing force that will prevent and be proactive, as you say, rather than come in after the fact when people are dead or are injured or are hurt, or, you know. I think you've captured the entire story there, Gary. And I think that's what the whole point is. So thank you for that story.
We are now running out of time here shortly, but we've got a couple more questions, and we'll be looking for a call to question after that. Chief Head, and then we'll go to Chief Burns after. Red Earth, Mike.
Testing. Good afternoon again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for chairing the meeting this afternoon. I guess I'd like to also acknowledge and commend the work that the Grand Council is doing in terms of the policing agreement, the letter of intent document that's being signed here today with the provincial and the federal ministers. And you know, it's obviously what has happened recently. It's really been a wake-up call for all of us in terms of the tragic events that have been taking place as we continue to deal with these symptoms that we feel and see on our homelands. And I'm talking about, of course, drugs and alcohol that continue to plague the lives of our people. And of course, behind that symptom is obviously the effects of perhaps residential school as well, the intergenerational symptoms that we're still healing from, and the truths that are, you know, that need to be addressed there as well. And I thank the Grand Council for doing that. And you know, somebody mentioned Red Earth earlier, in the area of justice as well, and that's what I'm speaking about a little bit here today. And you know, policing is just one component of justice as well. We also have to include enforcement as well, and corrections as well. That's what lacks with the reactive approach in terms of policing and signing those tripartite agreements. And Red Earth hasn't had one. We hadn't signed one of those agreements for I don't know how many years now, simply because, like we said, you've heard it speak that, you know, police don't come right away until something bad happens. And all that is also a provincial jurisdiction issue at play when it comes to those tripartite agreements. And you know, I guess Red Earth is pursuing the bigger picture in terms of the area of justice. And part of that policing is just one aspect of it. There's other areas, the subject matters that need to be covered as well. And you know, we're still working in the area of justice. And you know, one ways that I've seen personally as chief combating alcohol and drugs is we've established, and this is a reactive approach that we took as well. You know, back in 2016, our people said enough is enough to losing our people to drugs and alcohol. And we took a stand against collectively through the mandate that our members gave us at that time. And, you know, as part of the COVID measures as well, emergency measures, when COVID was declared, we implemented a checkpoint at our reserve borderline. And part of that measure was to obviously screen our members going in and out and trace COVID as well. But in any emergency that we have, we automatically temporarily ban alcohol and drugs for the sake of the safety of and the well-being of our members. But that checkpoint remained till last month, from March 2020 up to now. And the RCMP, the sergeant, reported that, you know, the domestic calls have really drastically dropped. And that checkpoint, that's what it was doing. And, you know, but of course, you know, we had to deal with members as well with their individual rights, the Charter of Rights and all that, lateral violence that we had to deal with as leadership as well, and the members, and they do have those individual rights as well. So, you know, we had to also listen to them and also listen to the mothers that expressed, you know, please keep the checkpoint for the safety of our children. I can't sleep at night knowing my adult children are out there. And those are the types of the phone calls that we get, that we get and hear the cry of the mothers. And obviously, we know it's painful when we lose one of our own members, as stated by Chief Bird, Karen, as she spoke earlier, and that's really so true. Just wanted to make those comments regarding to the letter of intent that was signed today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. James Smith, Mike.
Good afternoon. First and foremost, I'd like to thank the pipes that were lifted this morning. I'd like to thank our Senate, our Women's Commission, our colleagues around the table, and also the Grand Council. This letter of intent that was signed today, I think it's going to emphasize a lot of strength in regards to process that needs to happen with First Nations on their own policing. Like I said, we got invited to Calgary next week to sit with the Chief and Council there on a strategic plan on how to develop our own policing services in James Smith. So this is where I think we gotta really come to grips, not only with our nation, but with our nations around the table. I got a call the other day from other chiefs in Manitoba. They want to reach out and strongly work with Turtle Island to develop their own structure too on policing. So it's not going to stop here and by the ways and looking and observing. A lot of countless hours that were focused mainly on protecting our people. When protecting our people in my community, they're very scared. You know, it's like 2 months ago. Like we never used to lock our doors. Now our people are in all arms with firearms, waiting for something to happen. But we got to make sure that, you know, we identify the communication properly on how things are exposed. So when this thing happened in James Smith, many days went by dealing with the situation with the person that did this. And on the other hand, you got to deal with the families that were affected, comforting all of them. They're grieving, scared. These are the things and components that we have to look at and making sure from the grassroots perspective on developing our own structure. So, like I said, countless hours were for myself, and I'm still going. 3-4 hours a day of rest. It's not right. But I got to make sure that, you know, my community and our membership are safe. You talk about COVID being locked down for 2 years. Then all of a sudden this happens. Like all the mental issues are coming out. And how are we going to deal with the whole thing? When you talk about the youth, that's another thing. We got to capture them at the early age on where they're developing their own self-being. Self-awareness. So we gotta talk more. We gotta have our technicians, all our technicians in one room, develop a plan for our tribal council, from the mental, holistic, justice, political, the whole gamut of the organization. So with that, I just want to, in essence, I just want to say thank you for listening, but the work still has to go on. So with that, thank you.
Very powerful statement, Chief and other speakers. Moving now for question to be called. Question has been called. We'll get our voters ready, and then once we get that done, I'll have Al do some closing comments. So all in favor, hand up, held up. Keep them up. Looks like arms can be rested now. So once you get the numbers, I'll have Al come up for some closing comments, and then we'll get Jeff Gay up here for the Prince Albert Development Corporation report as well, right after Al has concluded. 130 in favor. Any abstentions? I see none. Any against? I see none. Motion is carried. Okay, Al?
Thank you, Gary, and thank you to the Assembly. I just wanted to mention two services that we also do have, forestry and emergency services. And they're also doing a wonderful job training and bringing in contracts for many of our First Nations. So those are my closing remarks, but I really thank you on behalf of all our hardworking departments for your support and your questions and the future that you will provide in terms of giving advice and asking for what we need to, what you will need in the future. Thank you. Thank you, Gary. And thank you.
Thank you, Al. So we'll now call up Jeff Gay, who will provide us a report on the Prince Albert Development Corporation annual report. Jeff?
Thanks, everybody. I'm going to give the Prince Albert Development Corp annual report, and then followed by that is Keith Fonstad is going to be virtual to give the PAGC and Prince Albert First Nation Business Development LP audited statement review. So before I start the annual report, I just want to explain why I'm up here. For many years before this, you would have seen Ted DeYoung, who was the CEO for Prince Albert Development Corp for well over 20 years. And as many of you have known, Ted has wanted to retire for the past 3 years. And so many attempts over the past several years to have a succession plan didn't leave PAGC with a formal plan. So in late 2021, the management board approached Athabasca Basin Development and asked if we would bring forward a proposal to provide management services on a care and maintenance basis, meaning that we would manage the company for the short term while PAGC developed a strategy and then hired a long-term person for the company. So our proposal was brought forward, and the reason we were very comfortable bringing a proposal forward is we've worked closely with the Prince Albert Grand Council for well over 20 years now, whether it be MOUs on the Athabasca Seasonal Road or investments in 4 of the same companies that Athabasca Basin has invested in. we've worked closely with Prince Albert Development Corp and Prince Albert Grand Council. So we put our proposal forward. It was accepted by the management board, and it was accepted by the full board of the Prince Albert Development Corporation. So on June 1st, Ted DeYoung formally retired, and Athabasca Basin Development began a short-term management contract. And just so you know, it's not me that's managing the company, it's Athabasca Basin is providing services for Prince Albert Development Corp. So we have several staff within Athabasca Basin Development that help contribute to this management contract. I should also let you know that we were very adamant that we are in a conflict of interest by taking on this contract. Athabasca Basin, when I work for Athabasca Basin, I have a legal duty to work in the best interests of Athabasca Basin. So we made that very clear to the management board and the board that we are in a conflict of interest, meaning that we can perform care and maintenance services for the company, but we can't go out and look for new opportunities because that's what we do in our employment with Athabasca Basin Development. So on June 1st, we began the services, and in early 2023, the management board has the opportunity to review our services to date and determine if they want to continue with us or not. So we'll go to the first slide of the PADC annual report. This report takes us to March 31st, 2022. And soon after this report was completed, as I mentioned, Ted DeYoung formally retired on June 1st. And I'd like to thank Ted for his service over these years. I know I've learned a lot from him, and his service has been very much appreciated.
Could we get the noise level down, please, in the back? Thank you.
Okay, so in summary, Prince Albert First Nation Business Development had a much better year in 2021-22 than they did the previous year. The previous year, they suffered a loss, primarily due to COVID, and a lot of the businesses had shutdowns. So this past year, they were able to recover from that and post a profit, as you will see in the annual report and in the financials. And primarily that was because two of the companies that had suffered major losses the year before returned to profitability. The distribution continued for PADC in the amount of $600,000, which equals $50,000 per First Nation. And I should also point out that the distribution goes to the 12 owners of the PADC, which 7 of them are the development corporations at the local level, and 5 of them are directly by the First Nation. Next slide, please. So some of the highlights for the PADC. And sorry, I keep calling it PADC. That was what I've known as many years. It is the Prince Albert First Nation Business Development LP. So they continued with their donation of $100,000 to the Prince Albert Grand Council for recreation. That's the 15th year in a row that they've done that, bringing the total to $1.5 million. Arctic Beverages, which covers 44% of Canada's geography through various products that they sell, set a record level of earnings, and that was a company bought in 2014 out of bankruptcy protection. Synergy 5 Investments recorded a profit in 2022, and Points North continues to be profitable and gain momentum as there's more exploration going on in the north, meaning more fuel, more room and board. As mentioned earlier, the distribution of $50,000 was paid to all 12 of the partners, and that is typically done in the first week of December. In February of 2022, the board of the Prince Albert Development Corporation met and had a strategy, and that strategy was held in Prince Albert, and they discussed various items such as, should we sell some of our investments, should we buy more, what are some of the opportunities for the company in the future. And that's very much in the beginning stages of planning. And as mentioned, Western First Nation Hospitality, which is Super 8s in 4 different locations, and West Wind Aviation LP both returned to profitability, both hit quite hard with the pandemic. The next slide that you'll see is the corporate structure of the Prince Albert Development Corporation. It includes the board of directors, the management board, some of the services they provide, and of course their 6 investments that they have, as well as the ownership in the First Nation University building here in Prince Albert. The next slide that you'll see is a historical graph of all the partners' capital that has been earned by the company over its history, less any distributions. So you can see from the period of around 2010 until now, it has been flat to down, and it is starting to move back up. The last slide is a historical summary of all the distributions that the PADC has distributed to its 12 owners. The graph starts in 2000 and ends in 2022. And the final page of the annual report, which if you haven't received one, there's several at the back, is just a summary of the 6 investments that Prince Albert Development Corporation owns at this time. So with that, I'll end my portion of the annual report. And Gary, do you want to call for a motion of this right now then, or open it? Yeah, I'm done. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Jeff. So the motion before the Assembly is moved that the Prince Albert Grand Council Annual Assembly accept and approve the Prince Albert First Nations Business Development Limited Partnership 2022 Annual Report as presented. Could we get a mover? Moved by Chief Burns, second by, what am I doing here? Chief Mercady. And then we will go to discussions. Any questions? If not, someone prepared to call question? Question has been called. We'll get our counters lined up. Counters are ready. They've lifted their arms up a lot, so we will wait till the last second here. Okay, ready? Okay, all in favor? Arms up high. Okay, it has passed with 112. So, Earl?
Good afternoon. Keeping in time with our agenda, we have the Prince Albert First Nations Business Development Limited Partnership audited financial statements. Keith is supposed to be on virtual. Keith, can you hear us?
Can you hear us, Keith? Guess not.
Good afternoon. I can talk. Do I have volume on this side?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Thanks to the speaker for the introduction. Thanks to the senators, the elders, chiefs, councilors, delegates, and all of those participating today in the assembly for allowing me to be here today to help present the audit for PAF and BDLP. Before I do that, I'd just like to be able to quickly address some of the comments maybe earlier today about the audit of PAGC and Jean's presentation. This is really weird to do without a camera to see who I'm talking to. I did want to be there and plan to be there today in person for the presentation. However, being with COVID testing positive last night, I decided it'd be better to stay home. So I'm presenting from my basement today. But I just wanted to make it clear that the reason we have not begun the 2022 audit for PAGC is that there are prior years still outstanding to complete that management has not provided. So our commitment to PA Grand Council and all of the communities of the Tribal Council remains very high, and we will do our best to meet the timelines provided when information is provided to us, but that has been not always on the schedule that we were expecting. So we are not yet engaged to do the 2022 audit, and the timeline that was presented is probably not realistic at this point, given that there's multiple years of audits to complete. So I just wanted to let you know that I was hoping to be there, that we are committed to PA Grand Council for that audit itself. So I can hopefully answer questions in person with the chiefs at the next chiefs meeting as we can move that one forward. So going into the reason why we're actually here for this agenda item, I will just share my screen here and present the audited financial statements for PAF and BDLP. So as highlighted by Jeff in the annual report, there's a bit of information that will duplicate us, but I will quickly go through it, knowing where we are on the agenda and the timeline. So as the auditor, the first thing I need to present is our audit opinion, which is the reason we were hired to provide and look at the financial information and give that opinion. So as the auditor, we are asked to give an opinion to you, the users, of the financial statements on whether you can rely on the information that has been presented in the statements. And so this is our work that we do, is we look at all major transactions, very large transactions and balances, and then do a sample of smaller ones to come up with that opinion. With the PAF and BDLP's nature of its business being an investment holding company, most of the audit work results around the investments themselves and whether they have been properly reported with the proper values and the proper disclosures in the financial statements. There are about 86% of the balance of the investments, just over $20 million, that are audited by at least someone, whether it's our audit firm or another audit firm. And we communicate with those auditors to make sure that we can rely on their audit for the purposes of the PAF and BDLP and its stakeholders and owners. So based on the work around investments and also the other work that we did, we had the conclusion that the investment information can be relied upon by you here at the Assembly. So overall, looking at those smaller transactions as well as the investments and the larger ones, we were able to provide an opinion to the partnership that the financial statements can be relied upon and have been prepared in accordance with the accounting standards for private enterprises. So we are giving a clean opinion or an unmodified opinion, which should tell you as the users that you can rely on these financial statements. So as done in previous years, and go a little bit more in depth into the financial information on behalf of management, and in this case, Jeff and his team. So the information comes out of the March 31st, 2022 financial statements that are presented on the slides here. So the first highlights on the financial statements, balance sheet, statement of or financial position, I guess it is a balance sheet for this one. We have the cash in the bank as of March 31st, 2022. with a healthy financial position due to some returns coming back from investments at the time. The maintaining of the building and that is purchased under plant and property equipment, and then the investment balances you see significantly increased from 17 million up to 20.7. Very little liabilities, and so most of the assets are sitting in the partner's capital. So a little more perspective on that, and it's a similar graph to what Jeff had presented earlier. So this is partners' capital, maintaining up over that $20 million basis all the way since 2008 in the sale of the hotels, continuing right through as basically a flat line. What that means to me, looking at it as an accountant, is that all of the earnings that have been earned and cash received has either been reinvested in something that's maintaining its value or has been paid out to the shareholders, which is really what's mostly happened is most of the First Nations and their business development arms that hold shares in this limited partnership have been able to receive the cash earned by the partnership rather than having it reinvesting and growing significantly. Schedule 2 to the financial statements gives you the changes in the investments from an income, so what was earned. The big change to notice in 2021 was the losses, as Jeff mentioned, from the two businesses that had COVID impacts, whereas in 2022, the bolded column, the first one, you can see the increases where each investment actually had a positive earnings, anywhere from $50,000 all the way up to just over $2 million for $2.6 million. Sorry, $2 million for Westwind. So that $4.2 million of equity, not necessarily cash, but equity earned in those investments during 2022. Going back to kind of the same slide, actually taking the two slides that Jeff had presented, this is doing the same thing. This is comparing the earnings to the cash paid out. So in the last 5-6 years, it's been about $600,000 a year, other than in the 1 year where that money was reinvested in a new investment. And the earnings this year are back higher than what it was in previous years due to the recovery. Looking back again at that $20 million of investments, the investments that Jeff had presented as a part of the annual report, they are listed there on the left-hand side. And the balances, which would be increased by its earnings and reduced by the cash provided from those investments, becomes the net number. So it goes from 17 million up to 20.7 in each of those investments. So investment equity increases have increased significantly up until about 2015, where it's remained relatively flat. But still very healthy at the roughly $20 million. Just to give some comparison, back in 2007, at the time of the hotel sales, there was 2 equity investments. One was Westwind and one was Western First Nation Hospitality, the Super 8s, both about $3 million in value or in carrying value. And now in 2022, those investments have grown to include an additional 4 investments, as well as Westwind is approximately $10 million, and the hotels is 4.5, and then the other 4.5 made up in the other investments. So overall, statement of net income or statement of earnings, we have the revenue from the property management operations, so the rental of the buildings that are part of the partnership. We have the investment income of $4.2 million, which we've seen off of Schedule 2, reduced by the administrative expenses of $222,000, as well as the contribution fee, which is calculated based on cash earnings for the year, and it's a percentage of the cash earnings for $46,000, up slightly from $39,000 last year, provided to PA Ground Council. And that leaves $4.2 million of net income compared to the loss last year. So a significant change of $6 million from the previous year. Looking at that Schedule 1 for the property management, so we have the central place rent and office rent on reserve at Walpayton 94D, sorry. $466,000 coming in, costs $243,000 going out for the net number of $222,000 from operations. And we have the schedule of administrative expenses, being the Grand Council Sports and Recreation donation, as mentioned in the annual report, This board costs, management fees, and consulting fees making up the majority of the costs, offset by revenue earned on services provided to other businesses of $53,000 for a net number of $222,000. And I can't see, so I don't know if, Speaker, if you want to do the motion for PAF NBDLP before moving to the corporation, or if I should quickly do the second one here before moving into, and do both motions at once.
Do the second one as well.
Okay, so we'll do the second set of statements. There are three transactions, so it's very quick. So the financial statements for PA Development Corporation, which is one of the partners, one of the 13 partners in the PAF NBDLP, owned by the other 12 equally, was a compiled financial statement, which has one asset, which is the partnership equity. It has the accounts payable for its year-end accrual fees and others, as well as some income taxes payable this year resulting from income earned. And then it has its equity of $295,000. So the three transactions are located here on the income statement. There's the equity pickup of $42,000 from the partnership, the $1,000 cost for maintaining the professional tax filings and year-end financial statements, and then the $9,948 of taxes payable on the income earned on its 1% income of the partnership on a tax basis, which gives it $31,000 surplus for the year. And during the year, there was the partnership income, or partnership value started at $278,000. There was the cost of managing PADC was cleaned up with a withdrawal of $12,521, plus the increase of $42,000 for partnership income leaves the balance of $307,000 in PAF and BDLP. So with that, thank you for your time today. I appreciate the opportunity to present to the Assembly. I wish I was there in person, but next year, I guess. And with that, I will turn it back over to the Speaker for any questions and motions on the financial statements for PAF, NBDLP, and PADC.
Thank you, Keith. If there are questions, there's going to be about a 30-second lag between hearing the question from us to him getting it. So there might be that uncomfortable silence.
I just turned on YouTube and I can hear you now.
Oh, perfect. He solved that issue. So Earl's going to handle the resolutions, but Earl was asking if somebody could bring him a coffee, 2 sugar, black. Oh, he said bring one for Gary, 2, 1 cream, 1 sugar. Go ahead, Earl.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, I got to take care of my colleague here, so it's important. Falling asleep up here. Okay, we got first motion number 6. Prince Albert Grand Council, Annual Assembly, Prince Albert Exposition Center, October 17, 2022. Prince Albert Grand First Nations Business Development Limited Partnership audited financial statements. Move that the Prince Albert Grand Council Annual Assembly approve the Prince Albert First Nations Business Development Limited Partnership audited financial statements year ending March 31st, 2022. Need a mover? Chief Corrine from Black Lake. Chief Burns from James Smith, the seconder. Discussion. Question has been called. Counters, are you ready? All in favor? Please keep your hands up for the duration of the count and make sure you show your badges. I should have been more specific and said Timmy's. Well, thanks for the coffee. You got 127 for, opposed, seeing none, abstentions, seeing none, motion carried. Okay, next motion, motion number 7, Prince Albert Grand Council Annual Assembly, Prince Albert Exhibition Center, October 17, 2022. Approval of the Prince Albert Development Corporation financial statements. Move that the Prince Albert Grand Council Annual Assembly approve the Prince Albert Development Corporation financial statements for the year ending March 31st, 2022. Need a mover. Need a mover. Chief, Chief Joyce from Montreal Lake and Chief Uditika second. Discussion. Question has been called. Counters. All in favor? Got 119 for, opposed, see none, abstentions, see none, motion is carried. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Earl. Now I'd like to call up Edward Morasti and the Bird family to present the Bobby Bird Memorial Scholarship Awards. We were an hour behind, now we're 13 minutes. Good job, guys.
That's great. That'll give me enough time for my 10-page. As the students make their way to the front, I will ask the family of the late Bobby Bird to please come stand in the front. It gives us great pleasure to present the Bobby Bird Memorial Award that provides students who are selected from grades 7 to 12. The Bobby Bird Memorial Awards were established in honor of the late Bobby Bird, who is actively involved in politics. He served his people as councillor for the Montreal Lake Cree Nation, vice chief of the Federation of Saskatchewan Indian Nations, and supporter of educational leadership among First Nations youth. Nominated students must have a minimum average of 65%, be a member of the PAGC communities, and be enrolled in any grade 7 to 12. And the criteria for the awards are based on academic achievement, attendance, First Nations language, traditional and cultural skills, effort, athletic, special talent, activities, and community service. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce our first candidate for the Bobby Bird Memorial Award 2022 from Fond du Lac, Saskatchewan. I welcome our first recipient of the Bobby Bird Memorial Award to Scarlett Mercredi from Father Gamache Memorial School. Scarlett possesses an academic average of 74%. Attendance average is 91%. She has been designated as most improved student in her school, and she appreciates the elders' knowledge to help with culture and language. She enjoys being on the land, along the rivers, the lakes, as well as camping. Loves to participate in her culture and Dene classes, and always has a positive attitude and willing to help her peers. So put your hands together for Scarlett Mercredi. Okay, well, is there someone from the community that would like to acknowledge on behalf of the family, or should we move ahead? Oh, here we go. Here we come. Okay, let's put our hands together for Scarlett. Next is Tyrell Ujipiki from Senator Allen Bird Memorial School, Montreal Lake. Average attendance is 96%. Interest in hunting, fishing, and trapping, and many weekends spent with family on the trap line, learning to speak and practice the Cree language. Enjoys learning traditional ways, sports-oriented, soccer, golf, and hockey, and taken up archery. Volunteers for the Fish Derby, the Malinosa Days, and other events, and is a hard worker and puts 100% into their work. So let's put our hands together for Tyrell.
I want to thank my mom, April, and my stepdad, Dean, and the Bobby Bird Memorial family. Thank you.
Thank you, Tyrell. The next is Dalen Peters Hardiski, is also from the Senator Allen Bird Memorial School from Montreal Lake, maintains an academic average of 89%, attendance average of 80%, motivated, hardworking, and has a passion for learning and whatever he puts his mind to. Overcame a lot of difficulties in his life and became very resilient. Participated in Northern American Indigenous Games finals for 200 meters run, plays soccer and track and field. Hobbies include inclined to family, singing, and is currently playing piano for the past 4 years, started recycling club and photography at school, hunting, trapping, fishing year-round, and natural First Nations medicine. So let's put our hands together for Dalen. And unfortunately, he's not able to be here today, I guess. So is there anyone from the family that would like to say a few things? Oh, here we go. Here we go. Okay.
I'd like to thank my mom, my stepdad, and my teachers for motivating me to work hard every single day, especially Christina and my teacher Grant. And I would also like to thank the Bird family for this award.
Great stuff, Dalen. Next, we have Kaylee Clark, is from the Peter Ballantyne First Nations, who attended Carleton Comprehensive High School, has an academic average of 89%, participates in wrestling, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, also taught to smudge, pray, and give offerings, enjoys traditional hunting, fishing, and drying meat, and long-term goal is to be a veterinarian as they are an animal lover. So let's put our hands together for Kaylee Clark. Okay, congratulations, Kaylee. Let's put our hands together. It takes a lot to come up to the podium, for sure. Next, we have Kerrigan Naitauhau, attended the Senator Allen Bird Memorial School and is from the Montreal Lake First Nations, has an academic average of 74%, attendance 69%, includes hunting, fishing, and being on the trap line, and also enjoys beading, making moccasins, and traditional mittens. Very passionate about her culture, enjoys playing volleyball and soccer, and currently learning how to speak her Indigenous language. So, Kerrigan Naitauhau.
I'd like to thank the family of late Bobby Bird for, giving the opportunity to all the people accepting this award, including myself. And I'd like to thank my parents and Christina Laurent, she's a Miller now, but thank you to her for nominating me and pushing me to get where I am today. Yeah, thank you.
So we want to thank all of the teachers and the guidance counselors and all the participants for coming here today, and also part of their eligibility is to nominate their students. So let's put our hands together for all the recipients for this year's Bobby Bird Memorial Award. Sinige, Marcy Cho. And we'd like to ask one last thing. We'd like to get the students back here to get pictures with the Bobby Bird Memorial family. So if you can come to the front very quickly for a picture. You won't have to speak. Okay, thank you.
While they're doing that, we're going to have Al Ducharme come up and speak about the tribute to the late Grand Chief Ron Michel, but we could get the drummers also to get up, to come up and get ready for this portion of the agenda. So. And we're on time.
You're doing awesome. You're doing awesome, man. Where's my water? That's my water, right?
A couple of announcements as well. PAGC Health and Social Development are offering flu shots outside the main door in a blue Jeep that has a PAGC name on it. So again, PAGC Health Development, flu shots outside. Uti, this way? That way? In a blue Jeep. So that's one announcement. Another announcement is there's a conference, a trade show and conference, November 22nd, 23rd, and 24th in Saskatoon at the Prairieland Trade and Convention Center. It is a clean and sustainable energy trade show and conference. Prince Albert Grand Council is an organizer of it. And if you want to learn more or register, go to pagc.sk.ca. So.
Thank you, Gary. We have a number of people and events that we either want to respect or honor or celebrate or have in remembrance. And we have a number of ways in which we want to do that. Now we have three of the major, I guess, celebrants, sorrows that we have kind of put together. We've had our IT people put together a video that will honor and respect the late Grand Chief Ron Michel. It'll also, at the same time, differently, but at different time, but within the same video, acknowledge the incredible human tragedy that took place at James Smith. And it'll also honor and respect the incredible human tragedy that took place with our young Frank Young out in Red Earth. There are more besides those, but we have those three in a video. But before we play the video, for those three, we want to play, and we'd like to have our DNA drummers and the Iron Swing separately play an honor song for those three. Is that possible, guys? Okay? We'll do Iron Swing, and then we'll do the DNA drummers honor song, one and then the other, okay? This is for former Grand Chief Ron Michel. This is for the human tragedy in James Smith, and this is for the other human tragedy with Frank Young. But we also have people who want to come up and be part of that remembrance, the family of Ron, those who were part and parcel of Frank Young, and how they stuck with it for 2-3 months, searching for that young man. And then we also have some, I believe, Chief, from James Smith who would like to come up here while they have the honor song and then play the video. If you want to come up forward, please do. Please do. Iron Swing. Then drummers, honor song. Thank you, Denny. Drummers, we have a video that Big Drum has put together. Well, please watch. There's drumming with that, with the video as well. The video includes all three of our honorees here today. Big Drum. Frank Young was the eighth child of 9 children. He was born on January 30th. Frank Young was born to Tanya and Darrell Young. He was raised by Barb Janice McKay. He loved watching Paw Patrol and other cartoons. He enjoyed going to school. He brought his class projects proudly and showed them to his classmates. Frank's family would like to say thank you to the Wild Isle Kimberly Bear, who discovered Frank's body 2 kilometers from his home. Special thanks to the staff and leadership of the Prince Albert Grand Council for their support to the Assembly of First Nations National Chief. Frank was happy and talkative with his chipmunk voice and loved to explore the world. There was an amazing outpouring of love for little Frank, his family, and the community of Red Earth from all over the country. Frank Young went missing April 19, 2022, and was found 81 days later on July 9th. Rest in peace, little one. James Smith Cree Nation tragedy, September 4th, 2022. Nothing could be prepared to beat the experience and witness the tragedy and horror that began to unfold the morning of September 4th. It was just before 6 a.m. on Sunday that 9/11 calls began. James Smith Cree Nation stabbing wherever they found inside moving next address. The news flashes were unwavering and shocking. The headlines started, the grandparents and parents were being stabbed in front of loved ones who begged the killers to stop. The alleged attackers would strike 13 different locations, killing 11 and injuring at least 18. It is the worst mass killing in the history. James Smith Cree Nation is located 38 kilometers east of Prince Albert and is 15,000 hectares in the nation, present a population of 3,400. James Smith Cree Nation lands are situated on the south and north sides of the Saskatchewan River. On the south side, there are fertile lands. We stand with you all today and always. Pardon me? These ones here.
Yeah, that one.
He just wants me to go through.
He wants to do it.
Will you ask me?
Do you?
Yeah. Oh, you don't, it doesn't matter if I do these, it's up to you. I just know something about each one of these. I know her and him and him and him. If you want to do this one.
I can do this one.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
I can do this one. I can do these two.
Okay. All right. Then I'll do the other ones. Okay. All right. Sounds good. Thank you, Iron Swing. Thank you. Any drummers? Just one more. That's different. Thank you, Denny Grammar. That was beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you. And thank you, Iron Spring. That was beautiful as well. We have Grand Chief Ron Michel had a son named Ron Jr., and he's asked to say a few words on behalf of his dad. Ron?
Good afternoon. I would like to thank the Grand Council, Vice Chiefs, Councilors, Elders, Women's Commission, Senators, and delegates and staff. First, I would like to express my condolences to all the people who lost their loved ones passed on, but especially to James Smith Cree Nation. My dad spent 35 years in politics. He was a councillor, chief, grand chief, and senator. My dad had a lot of patience. He was fair. He had a lot of respect for elders and consulted them often. He created the Women's Commission, PAGC Senate, establishment of PAGC, veteran ceremony of opening of the Northern Lights Casino. My dad said one time, be kind to your people and you will never regret it. My dad did a bunch of stuff I can't really, like, he did so much. He started the ICFS establishment, Petrogas, bars, PA, and Cretan. Lastly, the family would like to thank everyone for the kind thoughts, prayers, and actions when we lost my dad, especially Grand Chief Bobby Conrad, Grand Chief Leonard Herdlot, and Vice Chief Chris. My dad adopted them traditionally. He kept checking on my mom often, just to check on her. Thank you for the drummers and everyone that's here. Thank you so much. I know he'd be in the crowd right now, mingling and everything. I could feel him when they were drumming, so thank you for that. Thank you, Mom, for everything. And thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Yeah. I don't think there's anybody who didn't love that man. He was wonderful, Ron. Thank you. So we have a number of people who worked for the Grand Council over the years, and we'd like to acknowledge their contribution. Their contribution to the Grand Council is huge. They put in, their entire careers working here on your behalf, on behalf of the 12 First Nations. Oftentimes they got their start at one of our First Nations and then came to work at Prince Albert Grand Council. Sometimes they started at the Prince Albert Grand Council and went to work for First Nations. But nevertheless, there were people who gave their lives, their working careers, their entire working lives to the Grand Council, and we'd like to acknowledge them. I don't know if Marilyn Highway is in the audience. Are you here, Marilyn? Marilyn. Well, nevertheless, Marilyn had worked for over 25 years for the Prince Albert Grand Council. She finished her final years working at Urban Services. She ran Urban Services. She worked at Child Care and Education Center at one point. Marilyn worked at many places within the Prince Albert Grand Council, her entire working career. And we just wanted to acknowledge that that woman gave a lot to what the Prince Albert Grand Council is today. And even though she's not here, it would be good to give Marilyn a round of applause. Marilyn, thank you. Thank you, Marilyn. There was another fellow who got his start in Montreal Lake, and he worked up south, and he worked for Prince Albert Grand Council. He had a fine mind for economic development. He did so much for the Prince Albert Grand Council. Ted DeYoung. Ted, are you here today? I did ask some of them if they could make it, but the time was little did I know that our Speaker would have us dead on time. I told him to be here a little later than this, but is Ted here? Ted was a man who knew Indian affairs inside out. He knew the funding and how it flowed. He knew how to apply for that funding. He knew how to use it for the benefit of all the 12 First Nations. In fact, the report that Jeff did today on Development Corporation is a result of Ted's work over the past 25 to 30 years as well. I know Ted isn't here today, but it would be great if we could acknowledge all he gave to this organization for 25 plus years for a round of applause. Thank you, Ted DeYoung. There's another fellow that comes from Lac La Ronge Indian Band. He worked for the Prince Edward Grand Council almost his entire working life, as far as I know. Frank would know. Mike Charles is the fellow. He was a brilliant mind in terms of being able to draft and use computer or computer-assisted drafting. He worked from a time when there was no such thing as computers, just used mathematics and rulers and computer sets and comp sets. You don't know what a comp set is. Only I do, I think. But anyway, he used that. You might have had it in science at one time, but Mike was dedicated to the Prince Edward Grand Council. He worked until he retired from the Grand Council, and for the last 3 or 4 years, we missed him so much. In fact, we missed his ability so much that we hired him back as a consultant, from a consultant basis. So Mike Charles, he was a low-key guy. People loved him. He never complained. He worked for the Grand Council without worry. And whenever you asked him to do something, he would willingly do it on behalf of any First Nation he was working for. But Mike Charles, of course, is not here. I don't know if anybody, his brother might be here from Lac La Ronge, or anybody from his family here today. Mike Charles, Teresa? Chief. We'll stand on behalf of Mike, and we'll give Mike a big round of applause. Thank you, Chief, for your band member and all that he did for us. Thank you so much. We have another fellow who, worked in housing and in tech services. He started as well in Montreal Lake and did work in housing and foundational work and engineering and so on. And then he worked with Ted for many projects. Then he came to work for the Prince Edward Grand Council in Frank's shop, Frank Bighead's shop, Tech Services, Engineering and Tech Services, as it was known as one time. But Brian served on so many project management committees, team meetings, like hundreds. I'm talking about hundreds that he sat on, and helped work through many of the greatest challenges we had on reserve, building structures, building houses, building residences. Brian was a wonderful man who also would give his all and gave his all his entire career for First Nations, first in Montreal Lake, and then in Prince Edward Grand Council. So I don't know if Brian is here or anybody from his family. His son might be here. If not, he worked for us for over 30 years. Frank, are you here? But let's give Brian Fanoof a round of applause for his incredible contribution to the Prince Edward Grand Council. We have had many people who have worked with us for over 25 to 30 years. We have a lawyer who probably has more knowledge of First Nations culture, First Nation ways, and First Nation legal law, and all the legislation that has passed related to First Nations. And he worked for the Grand Council, but he also worked for many of our other First Nations too at the same time. And he did over almost 30 years of work. He decided to give up his legal practice this year, and just do consulting work. He sold his entire office, everything that he did, his building that his office had worked out of. And he pretty well works out of his phone now, but we have been able to maintain and retain Anil Pandilla's work, and he's retired for the most part. Anil, are you here today? If not, I'd like to acknowledge Anil's work, over almost 30 years of work for First Nations and for the Grand Council. If we'd give him a round of applause today, that would be great. Thank you, Anil. I just have one more that I want before I turn it over to the Grand Chief. Councillor Hilliard Umperville, not very many elected people pass while they're serving, but some chiefs have, a couple chiefs have, and one or two councillors, but Hilliard is one that we worked with day to day. It's hard to believe that he's not here. He was so much of a part of all the things that we met with him. Councillor was born and raised in Red Earth Cree Nation. And he was married to Rolene Umperville, and were blessed with 3 children, 2 boys and 1 girl. Compassionate heart. He also raised other children. Councillor Hilliard was serving into his 2nd term as band councillor when he passed. Councillor Umperville held the health and social portfolios, lands and resources, and until his passing. We thank the Grand Council, this is from Red Earth, and the 12 PAGC chiefs for the acknowledging our colleague in the political arena and continue to be Red Earth strong. You can see his flag here. Thank you, Red Earth, for giving Councillor Hilliard to us as well. And we give a round of applause to Red Earth for their loss and for their commitment. Thank you, Red Earth.
Thank you very much, Al, for that. That's what we do here in the Prince Albert Grand Council. We recognize our people. We lift up our people. So the next part here, if in your annual reports, page 28, you'll see the Lieutenant Governor, a picture of the Lieutenant Governor, and a picture of Cliff Bittner there receiving what they call the Saskatchewan Protective Service Medal. Cliff is in the audience. Cliff, would you mind standing up? This is Cliff Bittner, ladies and gentlemen. Many of you know him. Yeah, many of you know him. Cliff started his career as a conservation officer. Yes, he was a bad guy at one time. And then about 25 years ago, started working for the Prince Albert Grand Council. Still today, what he does, his expertise with the wildfires. Thank you, Cliff, for that work. Also with the jobs that you've seen in your communities in the fuel management area, protecting our communities. Cliff had done all that work and working with the province and the federal government. How about another hand for Cliff Bittner? Thank you, Cliff. And for 25 years of emergency protective services, there are people in our communities that they also received the medal. And these are what we know as First Nations fire crews. Remember that? And a Type 2 fire crews. The guys that protect our communities, in all our communities. But these 3 individuals said they put that service in over 25 years. That's a long time. So what we're recognizing him here today, and I encourage the First Nations themselves to recognize these individuals in their communities, so the work that they've done. So I'll say their names. Isaiah Seawap from Pelican Arrows. I don't know if Isaiah Tip Tops Seawap. Congratulations, Isaiah. Yeah, he was a goaltender, I guess, too. Does he have a Toronto Maple Leafs cap on there? Is that what it is? Okay. And the other one is from Pelican Arrows also, Gilbert. Dorian.
Gilbert. Hey, hey. Thank you very much. And the third one from Stanley Mission, Patrick Roberts is the other one. He's not unable to be here today, but the councillors and also the chief will recognize Patrick in this community. Patrick Roberts from Stanley Mission, Type 2 firefighter. Give him a big hand. There was also another individual, Gardner, Robbie Gardner, that our office nominated for that service and recognition, and he'll be recognized in Edmonton in a conference. Correct, Cliff? Yep. So we also acknowledge him. The other two people, and thanks to Chief Corinne for bringing the name forward, and that's Elder Billy Sandypoint. Billy Sandypoint passed on a year ago, 2 years ago. Over a year ago he passed on, but Billy was a leader, a former leader, or a leader. I won't say former, he was always a leader. You all seen Billy Sandypoint in these assemblies. And so we also honor him with the event here today. Also, quite recently, a young man, Lonnie Auger, from Fond du Lac First Nation, worked in the maintenance area, but Lonnie was also part of the volunteer firefighters of Fond du Lac and part of the team there. We thank him for his services. We lost Lonnie over the weekend. I think they're doing the services in the Fond du Lac. So we'll also honor him and recognize Lonnie for his service. The mother also, Connie Auger, and the stepfather, Georgie McDonald. So those are the people that I also wanted to put on this list. So thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Grand Chief. And that about brings to an end the business side of the assembly today. Just wanted to say thank you to everybody. I know I was joking around with Chief Bird about going back and forth being asked to do this. It was really an honor for me to come back and do this. Well, for the first time be a speaker, but to come back and see so many friends and family in this role here as speaker. I speak on behalf of Earl as well here, I'm sure. We're very grateful to have been given the opportunity. We want to thank you for your cooperation in getting us back on time. I know we started about an hour late, but it was great to work with you and get this agenda back on track. So huge thank you from us to you, and I think we're going to make a quick appearance tomorrow just to open it up, and then it'll be another ball game after that, and that ball game first inning starts tonight. So I'd like to call up Diane McDonald as Chief Electoral Officer to take over this next segment here, and this is the main event, I'm sure, for many here. So Diane, and once again, thank you, Tata Miskatnao. Have a great evening, be safe, have fun, and keep up that tradition of community and supporting each other. It's so great to see that maintained as a Grand Council here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Gary. That was a great first day. You got us through on good time. Wonderful time. Our Chief Electoral Officer is Diane McDonald. She has made her way up to the front here. Our Deputy Electoral Officer is Rudy Head, and he is already also here. We welcome here, and we welcome them we thank them for taking on these responsibilities, and we thank their chiefs and their First Nations for nominating them and having them come up here. We know they're going to do a wonderful job. The first thing we would ask of Diane And Rudy. Yeah. We're going to ask Diane and Rudy to read the reading of the PAGC Election Act, sections 18 to 820. But before they do that, I just want them to come up here and say hi. And how are you? Come on, Diane and Rudy, go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Diane McDonald. I'm from Fond du Lac First Nation. I'm honored to be here today representing Prince Albert Grand Council as your Chief Electoral Officer, and with my colleague Rudy Head from Shoal Lake First Nation.
Thank you, Diane. I'd like to say hi to everybody and welcome. And it's an honor to be asked here to help out on this process of the election for Vice Chief of Prince Albert Grand Council. Yeah, I'm Rudy Head, and I hail from Shoal Lake Cree Nation 357 3 to 5 territory. But I live in Montreal Lake for the past 15 years. Thank you.
Just before we move forward with the reading, I just want to say thank you to all the Chiefs Council delegates, elders, veterans, dignitaries, the drummers, everyone that's here this afternoon. I just want to say welcome, and for all the speeches that were made by chiefs, and condolences to the communities as well. So if I could just get everybody just to stand up, just stretch out for a bit. I know you've been sitting there all afternoon, stretch the legs and feel that energy, and then we can get on to business. Don't sit down. We're going to take a break. We're not supposed to start till 5:30. So thank you very much. We'll go into the agenda. So we're going to do the reading for the Prince Albert Grand Council Election Act, sections 18 to 20. And we would like to call a motion to proceed with the election pursuant to the PAGC Election Act. Okay, so going to the Election Act under Section 18, nomination procedure. So 18.1, the electoral officer shall preside. 18.2, the electoral officer shall have on hand all declaration of intent forms. Section 18.3, the nomination day for executive positions shall be the day before the date of the election by election. 18.4, the electoral officer shall officially open the meeting for nomination. 18.5, all nominations shall be moved and seconded by registered delegates designated on the declaration of intent forms signed by each candidate. The nominator and seconder named on each declaration of intention may be amended after they have been submitted, but not no later than 1 hour before the nomination meeting commences. 18.6, all candidates shall personally signify their acceptance of their nominations to the Assembly. 18.7, no person may nominate or second more than one individual for elected position. 18.8, all nominations for all positions shall be done in the time frame prescribed by the electoral officer and before any candidate speeches are delivered to the Assembly. 18.9, when the electoral officers are satisfied that all nominators and seconders have affirmed their motion to name their proposed candidate, and all eligible candidates have affirmed their intention to let their names stand or decline the opportunity, a nomination cease. Motion shall be deemed in order by the electoral officer or his or her deputy, and the motion shall be carried upon a show of hands by majority of the Assembly, then in attendance, voting in favor of such a motion. 18.10, the nominators and candidates shall immediately determine their speaking order, i.e. by consensus, drawing of lots, numbers, or flip of a coin. If they are unable to come to an agreement, their name shall be drawn from a hat by electoral officer or his or designate, and the speaking order determined by the order in which names are drawn. 18.11, the nominators and the candidates shall be limited to a maximum of 2 minutes for nominators and 10 minutes for candidates. 18.12, after the nomination meeting is officially closed by the Assembly, but before the annual Assembly is adjourned for the day, the time, place, and procedures for polling day must be announced by the electoral officer to the Assembly. So that's the nomination procedure. Now I'll ask Rudy to read out the procedures for polling day on the executive election.
Nineteen, procedures for polling day on executive elections. 19.1, the ballots, both polling station and all facilities required are the responsibilities of the electoral officer, including the supervision of all polling station. 19.2, the initial poll shall be open from 10 a.m. until 12 p.m. noon. If there is not a clear majority for any one candidate following the count, a new ballot shall be drawn up, and the time of the next poll shall be announced by the electoral officer. 19.3, voting shall be done by a secret ballot. 19.4, there shall be one or more secured ballot boxes administered by the electoral officer. 19.5, each candidate shall be entitled to one scrutineer and an alternate, and one of those persons shall witness the election procedure and or actual counting of the ballots. 19.6, the electoral officer will officially declare the first poll closed at 12 noon on the polling day. 19.7, the electoral officer shall oversee in full view of the assembly and the counting of the ballots. 19.8, any candidate who receives a simple majority of the eligible vote of 50% plus one of the total number of delegates shall be declared the winner. 19.9, where no candidates receive a simple of the eligibility votes of 50% plus one of the total number of delegates, the electoral officer shall proceed to a further and subsequent ballot as required until one candidate does have a simple majority of the assembly supporting his or her election. Each new ballot shall drop the names of the person who received the fewest votes and the names of any persons who decides to withdraw from subsequent ballots. 19.10, in the event of a tie between the top runners or in the event that neither of the top runners received a simple majority of the eligible votes, 50% plus one, of the total number of eligible voting delegates, another ballot will be conducted until one candidate receives a simple majority of the eligible votes of 50% plus one of the total number of eligible voting delegates supporting his or her candidacy. 19.11, the times for the second and subsequent ballots will be announced by the electoral officers prior to the polls reopening. The vote count, opening of the ballots, closing of the polls, count, and reopening of the polls, etc. shall follow one another until one candidate receives a simple majority of the eligible votes, 50% plus one of the total number of delegates, and can be declared the winner. 19.12, the electoral officer will officially declare the final results of the election by-election. 19.3, upon conclusion of the election by-election, the electoral officer shall seek a motion that all ballots be kept for a period of at least 30 days after the election, and if there are no appeals, the election and the ballots shall thereafter be destroyed. If there is an appeal and the ballots are to be kept until the appeal has been heard and final decision rendered, thereafter the chairperson of the appeal board and the electoral officer shall jointly determine when the ballots are to be destroyed. 19.4, there shall be no loitering near of around the polling station during the election, by-election, while ballots are being cast. Scrutineers shall observe from an area designated by the electoral officer, which allows the scrutineers to observe the procedure that does not allow them to interfere with the movement of delegates through the polling station.
Thank you, Rudy. Section 20 of the Election Act on the appeals, 20.1, any voting delegate or candidate shall have 30 days from the day of the election by election to appeal the results of the election by election. 20.2, an appeal must be in writing to the electoral officer and must contain details of the grounds upon which the appeal is made and a written acknowledgement that the appellant agrees to abide by decision of the appeals committee. 20.3, the Prince Albert Grand Council Appeals Committee shall consist of one appointed chairperson, 4 senators, elders, 1 Women's Commission member, and 1 member at large, none of whom may be voting delegates, candidates, nominators, or seconders. 20.4, grounds for an appeal are restricted to campaign and or election practices which contravene this act. 20.5, the Prince Albert Grand Council Appeals Committee shall adjudicate appeals against the election, by-election of the Grand Chief and Vice Chiefs. 20.5A, the Prince Albert Grand Council Appeals Committee will rule on which to allow or disallow an appeal hearing within 10 business days of receipt of written notice of appeal. 20.5B, if it is judged there is sufficient evidence to warrant an appeal, the Appeals Committee may order a hearing within 10 business days of their decision. 20.6, an appeal hearing will take place consisting of a electoral officer and deputy electoral officer, the appellants, the candidate whose election by-election is being contested, the Prince Albert Grand Council Appeals Committee, and their solicitor. 20.7, the Appeals Committee, prior to making their decision, may order verification of statements made by the appellant and the candidate and or the electoral officers. 20.8, a final decision of the Appeals Committee regarding the election, by-election, must be made within 10 days following the hearing and shall represent a final binding decision of all parties involved regarding the election, by-election. The Appeals Committee shall make one or the following decisions. A, deny the appeal on the grounds that the evidence presented did not indicate an infraction of the act, and to advise the Council of Chiefs, member First Nations, bands, and the appellant. B, uphold the appeal but allow the election, by-election to stand on the grounds that the infraction would not reasonably be seen to have affected the results of the election, by-election, or C, uphold the appeal and call for a new election, by-election, within 21 days of the determination of the appeal. Given clear instructions such as the reason for the original appeal is corrected, there shall be no or additional nominations beyond the slate that ran in the election, by-election, that is subject of the appeal, but no candidate shall be compelled to allow his or her name to stand again. 20.9, if the appeal hearing overturns the results of an election, by-election, the Council of Chiefs shall call a new by-election for positions involved. It shall be conducted in accordance with this act. In the interim, the Council of Chiefs may assign another member of the Executive Council to carry out the duties of the vacant office. And that concludes the reading of the Election Act, and now we'll call for a motion. I'll call up Rudy.
Motion number 8, Prince Albert Grand Council Annual Assembly, Prince Albert Exhibition Center, October 17, 2022. Motion to proceed with the 2022 Prince Albert Grand Council election pursuant to the PAGC governance legislation. Move that the 2022 Prince Albert Grand Council executive election be conducted pursuant of the Prince Albert Grand Council Election Act, and the successful candidate, upon being sworn in, act in compliance with the PAGC Election Act and the PAGC Executive Act. Can I get a mover? Chief Tammy Cook. Second by Chief Corrine Saiz. All in favor? Keep your hands up on your badges, please. Opposed? Oh, sorry. $132 in favor. Any opposed? I see none. Abstentions? One abstention. Would you like to speak on your abstention?
I want to see check. In case I get a check. Anyhow, thank you, Speaker, Deputy, Band Councillor Edgar Cook from Shoal Lake Cree Nation. I've been contemplating on this election act, and it's been a process that's been non-changed, hasn't changed for a while, and but I feel like I'm not part of the Prince Albert Grand Council. I'm kind of like, I feel like I'm a minority community of our Prince Albert Grand Council. In respect to the number of delegates in our election, every time we come to Prince Albert Grand Council to come and conduct, establish our government, Shoal Lake only has a number, 7 delegates, 8 delegates per year. And any of the, all of the other communities vary in different numbers. We are 1/12 of Prince Albert Grand Council, and I want to have 1/12 representation on behalf of the Prince Albert Grand Council and Shoal Lake Cree Nation. I'd like to ask the chiefs of the assembly to take a look at this. We are 1/12 the Prince Albert Grand Council. Make me feel like I'm 1/12 the Prince Albert Grand Council and give me my 10 delegates. Everybody gets the same 10 delegates, or give us all 30 delegates as per of the highest community that they have. Because we are 1/12 of Prince Albert Grand Council, and we should determine the government in the same equal manner as each First Nation that we have in Prince Albert Grand Council. And I just wanted to lastly ask thank the election team to really look at the amendments of the Election Act. How many delegates are allowed in each First Nation? This way we are fair with each First Nation when it comes to establishing our governments in Prince Albert Grand Council. That is why I abstain. Thank you.
Your abstention has been acknowledged and will be passed on for election review after this election procedure. Thank you. Motion. Motion number 8 passed. Next motion. Number 9, Prince Albert Grand Council Annual Assembly, Prince Albert Exhibition Center, today, 2022. Motion to open nominations for Vice Chief. Move that nomination for the position of Vice Chief commenced. Moved by Chief Fabian Head, Red Earth. Second, Kevin Mercady, Chief Mercady. Open for discussion. Call for question. Question, Chief Saizi. All in favor? Motion number 9. $133 in favor. Opposed? None. Abstention? McGee, none. Motion passed.
Thank you, Rudy. So I now declare the nominations open for the 2022 Prince Albert Grand Council election. So if I could get the nominators, seconders. Yeah, second call for nominations, so you could do it from the floor. Those that are nominating and seconders. Seconder. Gerald McKenzie, seconder.
Check, check, 1, 2.
Michael Bird, do you accept the nomination? Continue call for nominations.
My name is Justin Burns. I'm one of the counselors for James Smith Cree Nation. My treaty number is 370-1470-01. I nominate Warren McCollum for the position of Vice Chief for the Prince Albert Grand Council. Next slide.
Seconder. Can you state your name, please? Can't hear you. Thomas Linklater? Thomas Linklater, seconder. Warren McCallum, do you accept your nomination? Thank you. Call for nominations.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Kevin Moore. I'm the Vice Chief of Peter Valentine Cree Nation, and I nominate Chris Job.
Seconder. Christine Longjohn, seconder. Chris Job, do you accept your nomination? Marcy, thank you. Fourth call for nominations. Thank you very much. Okay, go ahead.
Motion number 10. Here and today. Motion to close nomination for vice chief. Move that nomination for the position of vice chief cease. Moved by Chief Cook Searson. Second, Chief Head Redder. All in favor? Sorry.
Got a couple more hours, so just keep your hands up.
$140 in favor. Opposed? I see none. Abstentions? I see none. Motion passed.
Thank you, Deputy Rudy Head. So, moving on, order for nomination to speak. 2 minutes for the nominator and 10 minutes for the candidates. And the timing will be up on the screen. So, nominators. So the first nominator was for Michael Bird. Okay.
I was going to sing My Way by Elvis after hearing Chief Bobby this morning, but I only got 2 minutes, so thank you. It's an honor to be here. My name is Devin Bernatches. I'm a counselor with Sucker River for the Lacron Indian Band, serving my first term. I'm the son-in-law of former Councillor Kenny Ratt. My father-in-law and mother-in-law are here, and without him and his support, I wouldn't be here today. So I want to thank him. I'm here to nominate my colleague, Michael Bird. And it was very honorable when he asked me to nominate him, you know. It's an honor to come up here in front of this assembly. The good people that have put on this assembly, I want to thank you. I also want to thank the senator, Mr. Beatty, and the drummers, and all those that have prepared this place here for today. I'm here to nominate a person who is cool on the outside, but has a fire burning on the inside. I'm here to nominate a person who is a family man, who is grounded in his community. I'm here to nominate a person who was raised by a former counselor, John Morin, and his late grandmother, Jeannie Bird, leadership in his family. I'm here to nominate a person who had the good sense to marry a lady from Black Lake, an Irene Robillard. And that was one of the best decisions I believe he's ever made. Irene is here, beautiful lady. I want to acknowledge her for her tenure with Michael Bird as well. You know, folks, it's been a difficult time going through this pandemic, and the Grand Council has been there, steadfast. I know the Grand Chief, Brian, I want to acknowledge him, continuously helping us with food security, giving us supports in our communities. The Grand Council has been there for us, and I believe Michael Bird is also going to be the one that'll continue to push us.
Thank you. Now I call up candidate Michael Bird.
See, I gotta move this. Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge our Creator and God for this beautiful day and bringing us together. And I also would like to acknowledge our elders, our senators, our veterans, and our chiefs of council and their delegates, and all the grassroots people that are here today. The grassroots people are the ones we work for, and that's what's number one in my heart is doing what's best for all grassroots people, all the members in our band, because ultimately, as a leader, that's what you work for. To work for the better quality of life for our people. And I truly, truly have that in my heart. I say what I'm going to do, I do it. I don't beat around the bush. I work hard for people, and I work hard for my community. You know, as a leader of one of the biggest bands in Saskatchewan, in a daily, excuse me, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that, but, you know, in a daily, I live that daily. You know, I live that life daily. I'm trying to speak from the heart here without any speeches or anything, but, you know, when you live life every day and see the struggles every day on the reserve, you know firsthand how it's like. And to all our communities in the Prince Albert Grand Council, we have those same struggles, and we must band together and work together to tackle the issues that are before us. And I believe in the Grand Council. If you elect me as a leader of the Grand Council, I will work hard for you, and I will get things done. That's just the kind of person I am. You know, I'm not the greatest public speaker in the world, as you can tell, but at least, you know, my work ethic shows. My band knows what I can do, and I've always worked hard, and I've always thought of our children, our biggest asset. You know, I drive around the reserve every day, and I see kids struggling. You know they're hungry. And you know that they have no midst. They come from a poor home, dysfunctional home. And that makes me sad. And it makes me strive harder to be a leader, to make sure that we look after our children. show them the awareness of alcohol, drugs, and crime. Give them the resources they need to be able to grow up to be prosperous young adults. Steer them in the right direction instead of them going to crime, guns and crime and gangs. And I just got to look here. Sorry about this, you guys. I just. Our forefathers signed our treaty, and we must ensure and continue to enhance and strengthen our treaty, because without our treaties, what are we? We have nothing to fight with. Our First Nations people, our forefathers, had best intentions for all of us, but at the same time, our treaties are not very respected through Canada. We have to train, we have to educate the non-Aboriginal brothers and sisters that we have, because they think of us in one way only sometimes. And now that we have their eyes open at this time, now is the time to negotiate with them and try to get our concerns and issues met. I believe that there are many more of them that right now that are sympathetic to our cause, and I think they would listen to us more if we can get things done. I'm sorry I'm up here a little ill prepared for this. There's something on my mind at the moment, but my heart is with every band, every community, and I will do everything I can to make sure your issues are met. You know, I just want to speak a little bit about economics here, and we have to when industry comes into our territories, they come in and rape our land and strip our land. We must sign impact benefit agreements with them, so we can at least get something out of it. You know, they come in and we were left with nothing. We should be partners in all these industries that come into our traditional lands, and we should start a constitution, make our own laws. You know, why is it that a First Nation person can't go and cut a load of wood in unoccupied Crown lands without the province coming in to give them a fine? If we have our own laws and take those laws to court, our treaties and our lands and our laws will how do you say that? I'm sorry. The judge will rule in our favor. It'll oversee the provincial laws. I knew I was going to come up here and tank, because just before this, somebody came, talked to me outside, and just messed with my head, and I couldn't get it out of my head. And I hope you bear with me, because I'm not this person that's up here talking right now the way he's talking. It's just when something messes with your head sometimes, you know, and it just buggers you right up. And this is one of those times, and it happened at the worst time that could happen. And it's running for a vice chief. I'm normally an outspoken person, somebody who could speak really well all over the place. And you can see that I'm not doing a very good job of it right now. And I don't know what it is or what happened, but something happened. I just have to say that to let you know why I'm like this right now. I've never experienced this before. It's not nervousness or nothing. It's just something that happened outside that I just can't explain. But I do have my heart for the people, and I always will have my heart for the people. That's how I lead. I lead for the people and with the people. Anybody cannot tell you that where I come from as a leader in the Ron's band. I've done many things on our reserve, many things that benefited us. You know, I speak out loud in our reserve, on our council table, and that's how I'll be. I'm a good negotiator. I really am. I don't just back down. I'm a strong person, even though up here it doesn't seem like that right now. But I really am a strong person, and I've done a lot in my life. And I've always strove to be the best in my life, and I know I'm a good leader. I know this public speaking right now doesn't sound like it, but I am a good leader, and I will lobby and advocate for every First Nation equally. Everyone is exactly the same as from my band. They're like my brother and sister, every one of you. I know the Grand Council and me come from the same band, and I don't want you to think of me from where I'm from. I want you to think of me as a brother and as a friend, somebody who truly cares about you, somebody who will go out of his way just to help you and make sure you get what your issues that we're talking about, that we're fighting for. And I would love to talk to people individually, just to try to explain what happened to me out there. I just don't understand it. I really don't. It's kind of sad for me to come up here to try and speak. I just about didn't because what happened.
Knock, knock. Me. Now I'll call on Justin Burns.
Just wait. Okay. Good afternoon to all of our delegates, our candidates, our chiefs, our councillors, elders, veterans, senators, Women's Commission, and of course, our grassroots people. I was approached from Warren a little over a month ago to nominate him for this position of Vice Chief for the Prince Albert Grand Council. Over the years, as part of politics, I've gotten to know Warren through various events. He's always been there for the people. He's been there for the youth, been there for the elders, establishing things for a lot of for his communities. He's done work here in the urban services for his people. And I think he'll be a good change when it comes to the way we do business here at the Grand Council. Over the years, he's done a lot with hockey, promoting that sport for our kids, for our adults, making sure that we all have physical activities in our life. But as a councillor and a former chief of my reserve, I've always had that great respect for people all over our barriers of our Prince Albert Grand Council. And I enjoy the company that we get to share as I've been to most of our communities within the Grand Council. It's always welcoming for me to go and visit. So I just ask for your support in supporting this young fella in this upcoming election here tomorrow. So with that, vote for Mr. Warren McCollum. 4, 3, 2. I was trying to save my...
We just got to give them about a minute so they can reset the clock. Warren?
Good afternoon. In front of you guys. First of all, I want to acknowledge the pipe ceremony this morning, the prayer from Senator Peter A. Beatty, and the chiefs, the councilors, and all the delegates. Good evening. To the senators, elders, chiefs, councilors, youth, delegates, and guests, I'm honored to be here with you all today. And I'm honored to accept this nomination for the office of this Vice Chief of the Prince Albert Grand Council. And I also want to thank my nominator, Justin Burns, my seconder, Thomas Linklater, councillor from PBCN, Naskumawak. And, you know, it's been a long 2 months campaigning, meeting people, traveling to the communities. I went to 10 communities on First Nations. I reached out to 2, and, you know, I wish I could have been there, but, you know, I tried, but it's been a pleasure meeting a lot of people. But, you know, first of all, I want to mention a few things that what I wanted to do is elected as Vice Chief of PAGC. I'm sure we need the one. I've been nagidasi one. Mutanista kapian. People that don't know me. My name is Warren McCollum. I'm originally from Pelican Arrows. I was a counselor for PBCN for 3 terms. And I gained a lot of experience sitting around the table with our First Nations PBCN. I mean, I was sitting with the chiefs from PAGC and all levels of government. About myself. But one of the issues that I want to bring up is, first of all, is the Athabasca issue. I want to bring out the community safety, mental health, wellness, suicide, prevention. You know, there was a tragedy, there was an incident that happened in Wollaston today. You know, prayers to Wollaston. There was a young person committed suicide. You know, that's one of the things that we have to work on was in youth. You know, a long time ago when I was younger, PAGC used to have a youth gathering, a big youth gathering, and that went away when the years came along. You know, that's one of the things that I want to bring back is, if elected, you know, to have those big youth gatherings. You know, we have to help our youth, you know, get them into sports, have more communication, land base, you know, teaching, trapping, hunting, all those skills. On that area. But, you know, even with on the Athabasca region, the high cost of living. You know, they always want advocacy for that because it's so expensive when you travel up north and the prices that they need to pay. You know, we need a strong voice on the PAGC level to work as one, to speak on their behalf. You know, it's so hard for them. You know, we need to for that. So, you know, as your vice chief on the Athabasca region, I'll be your voice. And not only that, I would ask and seek help to make it as a stronger voice and ask the other 12 chiefs, Kawichiago, our northern neighbors, and even the urban issues, homelessness. You know, it's not just around surrounding PA area. It's the people from up north, Athabasca region, eastern sector, Woodland. Our people, as we get to Magistic in our urban area, we need to find more funding for that. And I know right now that PAGC is already doing that, but I know we could do more to help them out on shelters. Like there was an announcement there, 115 beds, I think they have this coming. But you know, there's more than that. It's not just 115 beds we need. We need about 300-400. And we need to work on that. And there, you know, that's one of the biggest urban issues is homelessness. And, you know, the drugs and addictions, alcohol addictions, you know. As we get to Magistic, our people, you know, one thing I forgot to mention, on September 9, it was 6 years anniversary. I've been sober. I see a lot of people about alcohol. Excuse me. And I know we could do better if all the First Nations could to help our people in the urban area, and not only that, to find solutions to help our First Nations in our communities. I mean, the policing, you know, there was a big announcement today and signed. You know, we need that in our communities. You know, as your, as vice chief, if elected, we need PAGC, Justin, and First Nations Policing Commission. I think we have that in Justice Commission right now in our PAGC Justice Department must be reviewed and accommodate to the First Nations Policing Initiative today. You know, policing you know, for the incident that happened in James Smith, you know, it happened just right outside of one of our urban city. And, you know, it could happen anywhere. And we need to protect our First Nations community. And, you know, for this policing that's going, you know, that's a very good step that what happened today of the signing. You know, this PAGC has been doing a good job on that. You know, I mean, that's like even one of the things too that all the First Nations that always, you know, to protect our treaty and inherent rights. You know, I would always advocate for that if elected. But you know, the Nash Communist was Kanipa, I only have 40 seconds now, but you know, I wish I could say a lot. You know, I could say a lot. You know, there's a lot of things that, you know, that needs to be done. And, you know, I'm that person that, you know, if elected, the money that I could do this job with the chiefs sitting around the table. And, you know, I'm the kind of guy that, you know, when I get things done, I could do it. You know, tomorrow, I humbly ask for your support for Vice Chief of PAGC. Thank you, Inaskaman. And one more announcement at PA Inn tomorrow will be breakfast from 7.
Thank you, Warren McCollum. I now call for Kevin Moore.
When it goes? Okay. Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, Women's Commission, chiefs, elders, senators, delegates, council, and drummers. My name is Kevin Moore. I'm the Vice Chief for the Peter Valentine Cree Nation. You know, I'm honored to be nominating Chris Jobe for the Vice Chief. I have known Chris for most of my life. He's the kind of person that would give the shirt off his back. But unfortunately, a lot of us wouldn't fit his shirt, so. Chris has worked hard all his life. We have all seen him in our communities. He celebrates with us, he mourns with us, as well as advocates for all of us, all through Canada. I've seen him do that. He's a humble leader. He has shown what a humble leader does to speak for his people across Canada. In this position, it is crucial to have a leader that works with anyone and everyone. He brings unity, hope to all our people. He is a role model because he lives a sober, healthy lifestyle. And sincerely, he wants others to succeed in their heart's desires. I can continue with all the positive things about Chris, but we all know we have been blessed with a leader that truly cares about his members. And I believe, I am sure many of you do as well. We do not have to try to fix what's not broken. Chris is always and will do an outstanding job. So with that, I humbly ask for your support by voting and re-electing for Chris Jobe of the Prince Albert Grand Council. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now I'll call up Chris Jobe. And you only have 10 minutes. That's it.
Thank you, my friend. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. First and foremost, I'd like to thank our God, our Creator, for giving us this opportunity to come together to gather. You know, the past 2.5 years, we couldn't even see each other. We couldn't even have that visit that we always have. We took the littlest things for life for granted. I just want to say thank you for the pipe that was lifted this morning, the opening prayer, and everybody that's here today. You know, as you see me in the past 6 years, this is who I am. I have never changed. I build bridges. I network with people. because there's no room to fight, because the fight is not within us. The fight is out there with the government and the province. I strongly believe the 6 years that you have given me, you gave me strength. You gave me courage. You gave me humble and kindness. This is your product right here. I'm not phony. I'm real as they come. You know, I look at life as, like, I take life seriously. Because I'm 51 years old. I have no time to play around with lives, to lie to people. Every time somebody phones me, any leader, anybody, if I can't talk to them right away, I'll phone them back. That simple call back is great, even though if I can't help them. You can direct them. Like my nominator and seconder, thank you from the bottom of my heart. You know, when my nominator talked about that I have mourned with you, yes, of all the loss that we had in our communities. In the past 2.5 years that we have lost so many loved ones, everyone in here has touched by that. I have celebrated with you through your powwows, your ceremonies, your carnivals. I always sing the Bannock song because that's the only song I know. And I've participated with you. You know, I was glad to go to Montreal Lake. I went and participated with the elders there. I did the birch bark biting. I even did my own birch bark basket. It was such a therapy for me. I needed that. These simple things in life that we take for granted are right in front of our faces. I have no room for division. I have no room for division. I have 7 grandchildren that depend on me. I want to speak life to them. I want to speak hope to them. Because those young generation are looking at us. Because I know for a fact, in the future, I would love to mentor the future leaders of our organization. PAGC is a giant. By working together collectively, we can move mountains. But without God, our great spirit, we can't move those mountains without him. And always to encourage each other. That's what it's all about. Because all of us, the Creator has put us here for a season, for a reason. Make your reason to leave that legacy. Not only did you build that bridge for your children and grandchildren to look, that's a legacy that my grandfather has left. I want to be that. I don't put myself in a pedestal. I don't. Because, you know, the Creator already knows who's going to be here tomorrow. I believe in God so much. I give my life to him. Without him, I'm nothing. I don't want to lie to people about what I can do. It's not I can do. It's what we can do as a nation. My good friend just lost his son, Marcel Head. His son-in-law, Fabian. That hurts when you see people like that. James Smith, when we went there, me and Grand Chief, the day after the tragedy happened, I've seen the leaders, the despair, the hurt, the pain, the anguish they were going through. Because when you look at somebody's eyes after a tragedy, there's so much uncertainty in those eyes. You can tell those stories behind those eyes. To see that pain, and those leaders, the Tri-Nation came together. They came together, I seen them. And I sat with the elders. The second day that happened, I sat with the elders at the powwow grounds. They were so hurt. They didn't know what to do. But by coming together like that in that short time, the healing was starting. And we need to continue first. James Smith, there's a lot of healing that needs to be done. This is what I'm talking about. Every one of us have hurts. Every one of us has pain. There's no room to play politics with lives. You know, for me, take life seriously because our days are numbered. Our days are numbered. The only thing we have in this world is time. That's all we have. You can't waste time. I just want to say, about the leadership, my understanding is the 3 L's I go by. You listen, you learn, lead by example. And leadership is about submission to duty to your people, not elevation of power. And you got to listen to your team because there's no I in team. It was a privilege to work with 12 chiefs and also the senators that passed on a lot of knowledge to me, and I'm going to share that knowledge to the next generation. We have a wealth of knowledge in that table, that 12 chiefs that sit there. Some of them have been a long time. All the trials that happened. A little bit about myself. I'm originally from South End Reindeer. I'm part Swampy Cree. I'm part Rock Cree, Woodland Cree. And I'm proud of that. Nogo moche Swampy Cree. Rock Cree. I'm proud. We have to be proud where we come from, who we are as people. In Athabasca region, that's my family. A lot of my family members are married into the communities. My nephews, my auntie, my nieces. It's more of a relationship to me with people. When you start having a relationship with people, that connection you have, they will trust you. Even the deepest things that they go through in life, they will trust you. And they see hope in you. When you look at somebody's face, if they have that countenance, because God can give you that countenance in your face, it's like you're aglow. I thank God for everything He's done for me. And I thank God for the 12 chiefs that I work with. We got some really vibrant people in our table. I have learned from them. We should be proud. In Western Canada, we are one of the biggest organizations. And we're going to get better and bigger. I'm proud to be where I am. The nation that we come from. The Dene, the Dakota, Swampy Cree, Woodland Cree, Plains Cree. That's such a diverse organization to work for. It's an honorable thing to work with that kind of nation. When you go across Canada, they don't have that. We are so unique. To my Athabasca brothers and sisters, my family, Niriske, Sabah, Etengleth. To my Cree brothers and sisters, Ndinimit na, Pagsidimit na, Ntiotse, Totnik, Matskawan Hotate na, Kidagos Kinote na, Tansia Anurirotik. And to everybody else, I don't understand the 2 languages I spoke. I humbly ask you for your support. With me, Chris Job, short and sweet like me. They call me in a Dene country, they call me Tenegetre Percho, which means short little fat chief. My people, you know who I am. I speak from here. My spirit guides me. And this right here I have is because of you. You guys, you have given me so much. And I thank you for that. And I thank my wife for always being there for me. I love her so much. And everybody that's been there befriending me, I'll never forget that. You're here. God bless you all. Merci to salute ni nani tak sagit nantit ni mag. Hey, hey.
Thank you, Chris, Job. So that ceases the order of nomination to speak. And order. Chiefs, council. There's a Women's Commission banquet at the Plaza 88. Those that have purchased tickets to support the youth. That's this evening. And tomorrow we'll start with the pipe ceremony at 8 a.m. And then from there we'll go with the opening prayer by Senator Roy Head at 9 a.m. And then we will go to the polls will be open for the vice chief election at 10 a.m. and the polls will close at 12 noon. And thank you very much, everyone. Have a good evening, and Marcy Cho Denegay.